We're going to go to item L, which is building reserve, Fund 302. Gina, you going to handle that one?
Yes, Commissioners, Gina Rackley for the purposes of the record. So for the building reserve, right now, the balance is in that fund is $2,055,000. And per the last action under capital projects, I had made a note to move $1 million from the capital projects budget to this one for the buildings and grounds building.
Okay.
If I understood that motion correctly.
Yep.
That's not how I have the motion.
How'd you get it?
I had it that he was leaving the buildings and grounds in this one.
I asked him to clarify that though.
Yeah. So you removed it?
We removed it from this one and we're going to put it in the building.
Put it in the reserve. All right.
Building reserve, I'm sorry.
Yep. Okay.
But it is an earmark, or is it?
Well, now it will be for purposes of this minutes for that, but could it be used for something else? Absolutely.
Yeah.
In this type of fund, yes, as long as it's a building. So you could choose to use it for the courthouse or whatever, as long as it's for a building.
I guess I should have asked this when we were moving it in this building reserve. We don't, this $2 million or $2,055,000. Is there anything else dedicated to that money right now?
No.
So how about the money that the judge is committing? Where would it, he said he was going to fit it to the general fund.
He stated that he would put it towards the courthouse renovation. So wherever that is determined that that's going to be paid out of, that's where that $1 million will go to. So right now, that would be the capital projects fund. Unless you determine something different at a later date.
We can determine that in that meeting though, how we're going to set an extra account up or whether we'll use this account for it.
Right, and he's not going to move it unless it's for something to do with his
Right,
court.
he wants that.
And both courts, but.
Oh, boy.
Quick question.
Yep.
So rather than, I don't want to rehash all this back out again, but just for my clarification, instead of building a whole nother fund, this building reserve fund is for that type of stuff, right?
It's for buildings.
Couldn't we in a future meeting dedicate more money to this fund and then put that courthouse stuff into this?
Yes, you could.
Yeah.
But Gina says it doesn't prohibit somebody from using that money for something else other than the court in this fund.
Right, as long as it's a building. Okay.
Okay, as
That
long
was
as
the
his
idea behind the
commission.
special fund, just to make sure it's not earmarked for something else.
Okay.
Okay. Any additional questions? Motion? Motion on the floor, discussion.
Don't you have to put does he have to say the million that we're going to transfer?
With the $1 million transfer for the buildings.
Oh, okay.
Building and ground shop. Okay. So a motion on the floor is discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. But item M, which is debt service fund, which is Fund 400.
So our debt service fund, currently we have no debt here at Humboldt County. Of course, that is always an option for the courthouse remodel. If you so determine, you could go out and acquire debt, and this would be that fund what you would. But right now, there is no activity, or I'm not hearing anything from any of the five of you that is of interest of putting the county into debt, but just letting you know that that is an option.
Not at this stage. Okay, so a motion on that? There's nothing there. Do we need to accept it at zero or?
No, there's no action
action.
that has to be taken on that.
Okay, solid waste management 502.
Okay, so the solid waste fund, a little bit of a decrease in there. We do pay a portion of the county manager's salary and the comptroller's salary, no matter who sits in these chairs, out of this fund. It's really just been determined that it's easier to do that than to try to have the employees in our offices record the hours that they spend on this function. And since it is an enterprise fund, we have to record those activities. So we'll do a test every once in a while to make for sure that these are appropriate. Janie in my office does the billing and Shauna helps with the collection. And right now we're doing very well in that. The two of them work great together. And so we pay the DeLong contract out of that. I've left it at 850,000. That just really depends on, they'll get a little bit of an increase in September, so there's plenty of that in there. And the rest of it are pretty much basic operating expenses. And this fund is very solid.
There's supposed to be a fund that, to close this. Is that included in here?
We have insurance called the post-closure certificate of liability insurance that we pay for each year at Pool Pact. Through Pool Pact, yes, yes.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, motion?
Motion to approve solid waste management fund 502 as presented tentatively.
I did the same thing. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Go to item O, consideration, discussion, possible action to transfer funds from the general fund to the following: self-pay fund and/or extraordinary repairs and maintenance fund, which will be needed to be established to launch a new insurance plan and set aside money for specific capital expenditures. Dave, were you going to handle that?
So what we've talked quite a bit about it today is the, if that is the interest of this commission to create a special fund for the courthouse renovation, courtroom renovation, then you could direct me to move forward, because it is possible action, to move forward with bringing that back before you with the resolution to create that fund. Or as mentioned, you could move those expenses out of the building reserve and then there's no additional action needed.
But not quite the protection.
It doesn't come with the same amount of protection, no.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Excuse me. So Gene, I have a question. So on that fund, since it says repairs and maintenance, can it be used for a new building, for example?
Yes.
It can, okay,
Yes.
good. That was one clarification.
So is there any additional questions, concerns, comments?
I think this fund would be a good one to set up because you could also budget money into that fund every year for repairs and maintenance if you knew you were going to have a job to do on one of your other buildings. And you wouldn't have to necessarily have a budget item for it, the money would be there.
Yeah.
Especially when you knew it was something that maybe you could put off for a year or two and you could spend
Keep
2 or
funding
3
for
years
it.
funding for it.
Yeah, right. Is that the form of a motion?
My only, this Commissioner Hill, just a thought, I guess. My only concern with this fund, the way it is this way, is it just another fund that we're going to say, well, let's pull it out of that. Let's, let's,
Yeah.
Can't, once you put it
if it's a
there,
building, if it's a building issue or something, then I don't know. I guess I kind of envisioned it more of a dedicated fund for strictly for building a building, not, we need a new roof on the library. So, let's just pull it out of there. Does that make sense? It's not a real.
this particular, on my understanding, under this particular kind of setup, you wouldn't have that option.
Okay.
That's correct. So this is extraordinary, just like what it says. And that's the situation that we're experiencing right now.
Okay.
So we know we've got some work we're going to need to do down the hall to address the issues in the courts. That's an extraordinary circumstance that we're in, and that would designate those funds just for that. It wouldn't be allowed for a roof on the library or something like that, unless you had an emergency. I guess you would have to bring that before the board, though, and probably designate funds. But 79,000, you would have that somewhere, I would hope, in the capital projects.
So would you would use this same fund, for instance, for the self-pay fund if we set up our own self-insurance?
Oh, for insurance, I would talk about setting up an entirely
It's-
separate
it's
fund
completely
and
separate.
not even, yeah,
it.
totally separate.
I was going to say, because it's all together in that language.
Sure, I didn't notice that it was.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know if I did that or not,
Oh,
but
okay.
I might have been the one that did that, so.
Let me ask you this, Jeanette. So is this the same fund you were referring to when you made a recommendation that,
the extraordinary repairs and maintenance? Yes.
okay.
Mhm.
So I'm not going to pretend like I know a lot about these funds because I don't and how the different funds work. So I'm going to go off of your recommendation and
Yep.
I think that's a good idea.
Yep, I do
Put
too.
that money aside. So.
I'm going to have to be the lone guy out here. I think we have a building and building reserve fund, and we're all smart people, and if we want to save money for the courthouse, we will do so. We don't need something that says this is only for the courthouse or whatever. We'll put money in that reserve, knowing that we're doing so to put in the courthouse. I don't think that we need to create a whole another animal here. We already have the ability to do that.
I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate with you. If I was Judge Montero and I was going to put $3 million into a court fund to service his needs on this end, I'm not so sure with the coming and going of commissioners, as these seats open and close, that I would be interested in not having a fund such as this, because what he's doing is he's not putting it in, if he puts it into the open fund, the building reserve fund, a future commission could actually reset those priorities based on need and could dip into what he had placed there. And so from a standpoint of making sure that those funds were secure for the purposes of what he wanted them for, I'm just saying, for me, I think I would probably ask for.
Mr. Chair, can I offer a solution that you could offer to Judge Montero in that you wouldn't transfer that $1 million until after it had been spent? So I usually do the transfers at the end of the fiscal year. And if $1 million of expenditures hadn't taken place within that fiscal year, we wouldn't transfer that money out of his fund.
That would
That-
give him,
as an offer.
the same protection with it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's what I envisioned. I mean, that's a point well taken. You're right. But I don't see the judge transferring that money until we're ready to move on it.
Yeah. Okay. And I think based on that scenario and what you're proposing, I think he gets the same protection, or anybody would get the same protection to it if they agreed to something along that line. So.
And I guess the reason we've got the ability to do that now, and I think that we all know what we're putting the money in there for. But in the case of some catastrophe, that money would be available for another use if we absolutely had to.
Okay. So your thoughts are then, Ron, is that you're not interested in setting up a separate account. And I'm getting what you're saying here. I can go either way based on what Gina said and what your proposal, I would go either direction with.
So let me just, I guess, offer my thoughts on it. And we don't need to carry it on all day, but I would be for the special fund. And the reason why is we have all this so-called dedicated money for this project in all these different funds that aren't really in the special building fund. Life happens, things happen. You could handshake and say you're going to dedicate $1 million and then something happens. And then at the end of the year, that money's not there. I think it holds us accountable to get the project done. I mean, I understand we're big kids and we could say we're going to do something, but to me, it's just a lot cleaner. If it's in a fund, it's a lot cleaner and district court says they're going to give you $1 million, you can transfer it into there and it's gone. It's out of his sight. Basically, he made the deal, he transferred it and it's gone, no different than at your house. If you're saving up for a car, if you don't dedicate to save up for that car, you can spend that money on all kinds of things.
Sure.
But, because life happens. But if we create this fund, then I really think it's going to
From a standpoint.
hold us accountable to
Right.
pull all this money together and actually make it happen.
From a standpoint of what Gina said, though, if by policy we state that the only time that we're going to draw down money on that is at the end of the cycle, so to speak, to actually protect. The money doesn't actually go into that fund until, I guess.
The end of the year, it could not be there though. It could be gone.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's definitely true. But we could make that promise to the judge that we wouldn't make that transfer. So for example, if the project isn't started within the next year, we won't make that transfer. That stays in the 6th Judicial District Fund
Until the project's
until.
started, so. Either way, I think he's committed to that.
Sure.
But I get your point, though. I mean, the thing is that it doesn't cost us anymore.
I understand both sides. You want to have that money available if things go south, but in the same sentence, you also need to
Yeah.
Well, I don't mean to go backwards
get it going
here.
and make it happen.
I don't mean to go backwards here, but I mean, I'd even be open to knowing now that we are going to be adding to our reserves this year because we did well last year, of going back to this building reserve fund and taking some of that and putting in there right now. Say $1 million. Didn't you said $1.4 million?
Right at million.
Yeah. Well, we
Yeah, that
could
was the
either,
policy I was hoping we
Yeah.
could change.
we could take that because we've got enough, I think, in our reserves right now to not need that, what we gained this year and putting it in that building reserve fund and seed money to get going on this. That shows the intent to the judge that we're serious, but we didn't create a new fund. We put the money in there specifically for this courthouse renovation. And it's on the record as that.
What's your pleasure? I can go either
I have a
direction on it.
question before I make up my mind here. If you put in X number of dollars, let's say you put in, over the course of a couple of years, you had $5 million dedicated in a new fund that was created for a courthouse remodeler for the judge over here. And you got grant monies and other types of funding and everything, and in the end, you only needed $4 million. What would happen to that other $1 million?
I think it would have to stay in that fund for the purposes of that building still. And so.
For repair.
Right. So I would, in that case, I would try to go less than full funding on that until you start seeing the end. Don't try to advance that too much so that you don't lock those funds up.
It's a good point.
It does lock them up entirely.
Yeah, I guess my argument for the fund then would be on a project like we're speaking of versus building reserve fund is, when it's in that building reserve fund, something new comes up, a building that, boy, we all are just overjoyed to do. We spend that money, then it's not there for the courthouse.
I think we're smarter than that.
Right.
I think we are now, but what if this project takes a few years and we're not sitting here and somebody else thinks that it's more intelligent to go the other way?
And we have that option. We didn't prevent it. We're not preventing future, it's so specific too, that bothers me. I mean,
Well, the specific thing is what I like about it.
yeah, I get it.
Because we're being told that we have to do that.
Yeah.
That's got to be done and we're going to have to do it.
And that isn't changing whether we're here or not.
So that's the part I like about dedicating some money to that project specifically.
I don't know that we're being told we have to do anything. I think as a board, we've deemed it important enough to go after so that, I think we've got funding dedicated to it. We spent some money on it. I think we're in it. We're at a turning point maybe where we
And we
decide
can
not.
always revisit this
My-
at another
Yes.
point down the road if we want to come back to it. So I'm good.
That's a good point. If we want, let's think about this for a while. Because this is a great conversation and I see both sides of the argument. Let's go ahead and let's table this item. Let's leave the funds, because obviously we left the the court, the funds that were dedicated for the courts in our capital improvement, we've left that, put a place mark in there. We're going to have that discussion when we have our special meeting on that building. And at that time, we can talk about how we're going to save that money.
It's a good point, because we're going to have to make some very, very important decisions regarding that.
And we'll talk about either shoving that money into a building reserve fund or shoving it into a catastrophic account, or creating a catastrophic account.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm game for that.
let's do that. Let's just, for today, let's go ahead and table that for that conversation. We can have it when we have our special meeting on the building. Are we good?
Yep.
Okay. Item 20, Sheriff's Department. And
You guys are unarmed, right?
You guys want to talk about the courthouse?
Not really.
Not really. We just want to get out of here.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Humboldt County Sheriff Mike Allen for the record. I have Under Sheriff Malone here who's requested if he could go. He's on the 911 fund. He does need to travel to Carson City for a meeting. If he could go out of
sure, we
order
can
on
do it that
ours.
way. So what we're going to discuss right now is the 911 Enhancement Fund 218.
Yes. So Under Sheriff Kevin Malone for the record. This year, and
Yeah, it's like.
I'll let Gina get ready.
40.
because
40.
Gina's going to have a lot to say in here too, I think, so.
So yeah, tab 40. I did make a mention about this a little bit on the budget justification. Last year, when you guys adopted the 5-year master plan, we had taken the body cams out of the 5-year master plan because the FCC is challenging the legislature's decision to include this as an allowable expense. So we had budgeted instead the cost for the 911 phone lines instead of the body cams. Neither the sheriff or the police department budgeted for that in the current fiscal year. So the current question before the committee is to at least allow it for this fiscal year where there is enough funds in that fund to pay both the 911 funds, 911 telephone bills, and also the body cams for the two entities. But going forward, we wouldn't be able to sustain both. So there's a committee meeting coming up where they will make a final decision. If not, I'll move those 911 telephone bills back to the dispatch budget instead of the 911 fund, or this year, we could pay both. 1 year, we could pay both.
Correct. So the issue comes with the question whether the legislature is going to amend the law that they passed that allowed law enforcement agencies to use this fund to purchase in-car and body-worn cameras. As Gina said, the FCC is complaining and just questioning whether it's legal for the state to do this or to allow this. At this point, and Wendy confirmed it at our last meeting, we are still well within the law to use these funds to buy body-worn cameras and in-car cameras. The next legislative cycle, they may change that due to the FCC's concerns. So, I mean, this is going to be questions down the road for you guys and whoever replaces me. But if we think, like this year, we're fine to use, like Gina said, we're fine to use the 911 surcharge fund to purchase both the cameras and pay the phone bill. Next year, we won't. But that said, going back a couple of years now, the reason we changed the surcharge and upped it to $1 from a quarter was specifically to buy these cameras. If we're not going to buy these cameras anymore, I think it's appropriate to go back and change that surcharge again. So, but again, ultimately, that's going to be something up to you guys.
So the next fiscal cycle, when the money theoretically isn't going to be there for the cameras, what's the liability then going to be back to the county on that as far as expense? we've already got the cameras, right? We're talking
Well,
about storage and,
storage and upkeep and, I mean, there's only a replacement, and there's only a lifespan of 5 years for any of the electronics that we use anyway. So like, for instance, this year for the sheriff's office, we're asking for, or the committee has already approved $20,490 to purchase a new server. When we implemented this technology just a few years ago, we went off of their recommendations, and the server we got was, I think, 5 terabytes, and we're already out of space. Sergeant Peters is literally doing a juggling act every single day to create space for the new for the new videos to be uploaded. This new server is 20 terabytes, and it's 58 terabytes, and it should last for the next 5 years. It should last for its life cycle. But again, that's going to be dependent on, amount and quality of camera and videos. So, yeah, so that said, when we did the 5-year plan and looked at, using the money to pay the 911 bill instead of buying cameras, the thought was that by using the money to pay the phone bill, we would then free up money from elsewhere within the budget to purchase those cameras. The only hiccup with that is the county would be purchasing cameras for the city as well, and I don't really know how that looks and whether you guys would have an appetite for that or not.
so, having a hard time putting the dots together on this. So when we put the $1 surcharge on the 911, the idea and the expectation was that we were going to fund in perpetuity the use of body cams and the storage of the data.
Correct.
Right?
Body cameras, in-car cameras, and basically everything associated.
And that
with
would cover the 911 phone bills as well, correct? The $1 fee
No,
There's not enough revenue to do both.
to do both, one or the other.
correct.
So the shortage, like you say, 1 year to this year, we can be whole on that. What is it going to be short? If you're saying we have the server now, right, or not?
No. We're in need to replace the current server, and then the city police department is asking for to replace their cameras this year. So next year, if legislature changes, we won't be able to use the funds. But again, it's kind of it's a question whether they're going to change it or not. I believe that they will.
Next year, you'd only be able to use it for the phone service.
For the phone service, correct.
And the idea behind that is because the phone service then benefits all entities, hospital, endow, anybody who would call 911. It would benefit all public safety components.
Right.
Under that.
Yep.
So to get that out of the way, there's that. And then for the budget for this year, all we have approved at this point is, again, the $20,490 for the new server for the sheriff's office WatchGuard cameras. And then there's another $49,097 for the Winnemucca Police Department's in-car and body-worn camera systems.
So the budget presented to you actually is in alignment with the 5-year master plan, and that is $50,450 in services and supplies and $110,000 in telephone. Once the committee meets later in the week and makes a final decision, if there's changes to that, I can bring this budget back to you before your final. But the tentative budget as presented is in alignment with the 5-year master plan that you adopted.
Okay. I think that's what we need to do then. Any questions?
So we're talking about tabling this?
No, we're going to pass it, and then they're going to meet, the committee, 911 committee is going to meet. If there's any changes to this budget, it'll come back to us before
The final.
we see the final.
Correct.
Okay,
Okay.
we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the 911 enhancement budget tentatively, number 218.
Motion on the floor, discussion on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. Thanks, Gina.
Thanks,
Good
Kevin.
trip, Kevin.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Okay, we'll move back to patrol, 100-030.
36.
Tab 36.
Okay, good afternoon. Humboldt County Sheriff Mike Allen for the record, and is what we are in our budget 030, which is our patrol budget, and it's a request of just about 7% increase over last year. The first item that we have is we are requesting one additional patrol position. This position would be used for to maintain care, custody, and control of our evidence vault, as well as to enhance our coroner services. When we put the budget together, we were, of course, experiencing a lot of COVID deaths, and this impacted our detective division a lot, and we saw a need that we needed to enhance our coroner services in order to stay up with all of our procedures as a result of the deaths that we experienced, to get the information out into the state system to get death certificates in a timely manner. And we were starting to get bottlenecked on that. So we felt that just to have one person do the coroner, we could get better use of that if we also had them also take care of the evidence vault, which right now is overseen by two of our patrol deputies. But with one person in charge will give us a higher level of accountability within our evidence vault. We haven't experienced any issues in our evidence vault, nor do we want to. We did see locally what does happen at times when there's not the right processes there. And throughout my career, I've seen that occur three separate times, one in Idaho and another one here in Nevada, unfortunately. So then we get down into our service agreements for some increased costs as well. We would like to purchase IA Pro, and is what IA Pro is, it's an unfunded legislative mandate in the legislature. The last time they met, they introduced a Senate bill which passed, and that Senate bill should be in your package, just right up front off of them. No. So basically is what this Senate bill says is that all law enforcement entities have to have a early warning system for bad police officers. Initially, I thought because we're not that big, we would be okay to develop our own system. And so that was Senate Bill 236, which was introduced by Senator Harris and Spearman. And is what this early warning system is if you get multiple complaints on officer for various reasons, that this system will flag that you potentially have a bad officer or could have. And so they introduced this bill passed, and this service that we are asking for, we are taking it out, a portion out of all three budgets because it will benefit all three of our budgets, the patrol, detention, and dispatch, of about $6,700 each. And then after the first year, it'll cost us $2,350 out of each budget to maintain the software on there. And so as we looked into this, this is a system that will also track other things, like if we wanted to track our annual physicals, it'll track other things other than just internal affairs issues, but there's multiple purposes for this system, and they, it seems like a real good system. Lander County does use it. A couple of Nevada agencies and have used it for like the last 10 years. I think Lander County has used it for the last 10 years. So I just feel that it's imperative to maintain our integrity of the sheriff's office, that we move forward on the purchase of this item. We also would like to initiate another program which is called Q-Hit, and it's $1,700 out of each budget for the year. And what this is basically a survey system that we can follow up with people on a call, after a dispatch call, or if after somebody's been released from the detention center. It's basically a survey system that we send out by text, and they can choose to complete the survey or not. So that we feel that would also increase our professionalism and standards within the sheriff's office. Then, of course, there's a lot of just increases as a result of the inflation that we're seeing around the country. Our Sunridge system is our records management system. We have Alert Sense, which is our mass notification system. Our Washoe County Sheriff's Office forensic agreement, I think that went up close to 10,000 just for the following year. Leads Online, Lexipol. These are some tools that our detectives work with on a daily basis, and we increased each of those about 6.5%. Last year, we had an extensive conversation on our tasers, which the tasers were approved to be purchased, and now we have to do the maintenance, or it's a lease cost of $15,000 per year. We didn't have that yet last year, but that's what the lease costs will be. $15,000 in patrol budget, $15,000 in detention budget on that. We increased our fuel and maintenance line item. Our ammunition increased by 10%. I honestly don't know if that's enough. And in our vehicles with an increase of 16% on that. Turn it over to you guys for questions.
How much could you save if you didn't give them a warning shot?
What's that?
How much could you save if you don't give them a warning shot?
We don't.
Guys have anything you need to add to this? I guess the question has to be asked. I mean, if you chose not to enter into the IA Pro or the Q-Hit this year, what's the impact of that to the program?
So the IA Pro is extremely critical, and is what happened is I was just evaluating our internal affairs investigations over the past 3 years. And I did find that even though these were unfounded, there is one person that did have multiple complaints against him. And so that's, and if the state comes in and audits us down the road, because it is a mandate, a legislative mandate, and if we don't have a system in place, an accurate system that can alert us to potential problems, I think that that would be very critical. On the Q-Hit, it's a wish list. Do we need it? Not necessarily. Would we like it? Yes. So that's a survey, but that is how we can also find our vulnerabilities, our weaknesses, or how to improve our services as well. So I do feel that they both have a lot of value. And of course, the other systems that we have in there, it's just to maintain what we have already purchased.
Is IA Pro the program that the state requires you to use to do this, or is this something you guys
No, and that's what we were going to do is just develop our own. And a lot of agencies have done that. But I think information is not getting flagged or noticed like it should. And this IA Pro, it provides the early warning system that they're talking about that would flag this issue. It surprised me to see that Lander County was on that, and they've been on this in this program for the last 10 years. So, and then now you see that a lot of other agencies, Metro's on there, I believe Reno PD's on there, the larger agencies. But, when Lander County was on there, I gave IA Pro a call, and it was very, very worthwhile. And it seems like we can do a lot with that. And matter of fact, Captain Wilkin went to a class that had the guy there that knew a lot about this. And I don't know, can you add any more to that?
Captain Sean Wilkin, for the record. About 2 years ago, initially I had looked at this, and it was before the legislative mandate, and we discussed the costs and things, and I understood that. This really does expand our tracking abilities, and it creates a permanent record. And that is something, especially under the state mandate, when they come in, if they came in and said, hey, how are you complying with this? Or, we had this complaint, what are you guys doing? This protects the county from liability as a whole. This protects our insurers as a whole, because that data, it's right there. We don't have to go look for it. It's not a spreadsheet that say I created, if I were to create a system to track this, or, that's going to get lost 5 years down the road from now if something changes. And we've all seen how that kind of works in government. It's a standalone program that's very well maintained. The agencies are on it. I've talked to a couple of administrators for tracking complaints, internal affairs investigations, use of force, and even when they're not sustained. And that's just as important as anything that is sustained. This gives us real data, and it gives us a permanent record of that, and it helps protect us from that liability. Those administrators that are on it, they like the system. It's been a good system. It's stable. This is a reputable brand as far as software for the law enforcement world, and they're going to be here to support their system going forward. I was thoroughly impressed with the demonstration that they gave us. And, I don't think we're going to find anything from a vendor that's going to live up to what IA Pro is offering.
I just scanned it as I went through, and I wasn't real happy with the support that they're talking about they're going to give you. I'd look at that really hard. There's, unless I'm reading these things wrong, and they have the, like this, the standards and leading professional and all this and that, and these are the things that are a problem. And they've got high priorities, low priorities, medium and low. There was something else in there that caught my eye when I was reading that the other day. I would be a little concerned that you guys are going to have something that may break on you and you won't be able to fix it. And you won't be able to fix it for a while. But
We would back up the information, of course, have that information backed up so we would have access to it. And that, I did not ask what kind of problems they're having, but with their reputation around, we have not heard any of ongoing problems or consistent problems with that company.
it was just in the black and white here, guys. I just was reading it, and so you might want to do a little more research. By the way, welcome back.
Welcome back, yeah.
So is this a year-to-year contract that are you locked in for?
We purchase it outright, and then, yes, there's annual maintenance fees.
Got it, like
after
the
that.
other stuff that you guys have. Any additional questions? On the additional position, the coroner /
Evidence custodian.
evidence custodian. You're saying right now you're splitting the duties between.
Two of our deputies. Okay, so with crime reform, bail reform, police reform, we are experiencing a big impact on that. And this was noticed by us a few months ago. We had I don't know if you want to, a group of criminals, alleged criminals, if you will, that were going around stealing vehicles, breaking into houses, stealing guns. We would make a case on them, or the city police department would make a case on them, put them in jail. They'd be immediately released. And then they would go out and do the same thing the next day or 2 days after. So is what we did is we increased our patrol division on the night shift to get more people out there to see if we can catch these to help keep the community safe. We did a couple of times. I don't know if you guys saw that they drove a car into the Verizon store.
Right.
These were these guys. I do believe that they are still locked up, but these are the problems that we are experiencing, is just this constant rotating door procedure, and it's putting an impact on our entire agency. So we have to pull these guys off the street to maintain the evidence vault, whether they're booking evidence in or booking evidence out for court purposes. It's a strain on our patrol division. And I feel that if we can hire one person to oversee this with other collateral duties or other duties as assigned, if you will, that this will help alleviate the problems that we might be seeing on the street and get these guys back on the street to patrol and to help deter crime.
So currently, without that position in place, it's just an overtime situation? Is that what's going on with it?
We're not, well, to get the deputies back on the street to work the night shift, that's where the overtime kicks in. But they do it on their regular duty time, is when they do it, but that brings them off the street into the office rather than to be out there and patrolling around. Some of these burglaries did occur during daylight time, daylight hours.
Okay.
I believe that not having one person overseeing the evidence vault is kind of a liability to us too. When anybody and everybody can go into the evidence vault. PD had a incident that, I'm sure I don't need to bring up, but we all know about, that did not ring well with the department, did not make the department look good. And so I think it's important that for liability purposes, we really consider this position, I think.
Any additional questions?
Will I'm sure you probably do, but you have other needs that another full-time position could cover other than that? I mean, you talk in your presentation about the COVID deaths and the time that's taken. It looks like that may be at least well down now. So do you still have a need for a full-time to do both?
We do, and if they have available time, we can also have them assist the detectives who we have now working on multiple cases. Sexual assaults is what seems to be hitting us hard right now, whether it's child sexual assaults or adults. But it seems like we have an increase of that right now. And I shouldn't say, it just doesn't stop, those crimes. There's a high burnout rate with the detectives who do that type of work, talking to these kids. And it would be nice to have other options available when need be. They go in, talk to these kids, and it's just detrimental to the detectives. They do an excellent job doing this, but to hear kids over and over again saying bad things about their stepdad, their dad, their mother, whoever it is, it just wears on them, and it would give them another option. Rather than lose all that training, they can work other crimes, and we could kind of rotate those responsibilities around where they're not just getting hammered with doing the same type of investigation over and over.
I can see that, and I can see the extra work that's been put on your position with what we've seen go on in the last few years with the defunding the police and all of the stuff there against the police and everything. But it does ring a bell to me when I look at just the cost of the salaries going up the last 4 years, 61,000 a year about. And now we're adding another position.
If I may, sir, Captain Sean Wilkin. So to give a specific coroner example, over the weekend, we had a fatal motor vehicle accident involving a commercial motor vehicle. That is an industrial occupational death. So under the IACME requirements, we do send that person for an autopsy, same as you would with any workplace death. Today, my sergeant is on vacation. I'm also the first line supervisor for patrol as well as that division administrator. One of our patrol deputies is taken off the road today to transport that decedent to Washington County Medical's examiner's office to conduct an autopsy. So he's transported a body down this afternoon. That leaves us with 2 deputy sheriffs on the road and 1 in the court. The 1 deputy sheriff on the road and the 1 in the court are my evidence techs. I do want to clarify, the vault is secure with limited access only to part-time evidence techs, so individual deputy sheriffs may not enter and exit that vault, and we do oversee that. But what happens is if we have to pull evidence for court, I either have to take a deputy out of court and backfill him because the court deputy is one of our techs, or I have to bring a deputy in off the road. Hopefully he's not on calls for service, try to backfill him when we're releasing family, property to families, when we're getting things set up for destruction. These create what I kind of call those nickel and dime overtime situations. 2 hours here, 4 hours here, and they're those things that just kind of add up with time. The best I've seen, the evidence fault is when one of the deputies was on light duty. So he worked in there for 3 weeks straight, going through and getting all of our destruction and everything done. And we were in 100% compliance. He had 120 hours worth of work just sitting in that vault minus his lunchtime to do evidence destruct. That's a lot of evidence that we don't need in our care, custody, and control anymore, just sitting in this building. And that includes stolen property, narcotics, modified firearms, things like that, that, if we don't need the liability of having it here, we don't want it here in our building. With coroners, as populations grow, we continue to have more death cases. We actually have more death cases than I think that I have ever seen in my entire career, and it just is constant from all different manner of mechanisms. And so the deputies, I answer phone calls over the weekends over them. Detectives are constantly bogged down. Last week, we're trying to get a burial permit done in EDRS because a family had a short notice funeral. If we had somebody dedicated to that, it frees up the workflow and the workload on patrol. Because right now, a lot of those deputies, they're wearing 2 and 3 different hats. They're not compensated any kind of percentages or thing for that extra work. And you got guys that are just working. And like in today's case, a direct example, we are ran short. So you have a captain and 2 deputies covering your patrol for the county today, where one of those deputies has taken a deceased person down to Washoe for that autopsy. If we had that position, that person would be on the road, we'd maintain our full staffing level.
Yeah. So this would be a Cat 1 post position?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Any additional questions?
So would your deputies still be coroners as well? That wouldn't change.
We would have to, spread the wealth on that, if, give collateral duties to everybody. If this person could just do that, yes, but that person will need days off too, but it'll pick up the time. On their days off, the other deputies would, but this person would have the primary responsibility. Like if you read that justification, right now, Under Sheriff Malone spends about 3 to 5 hours a day just doing that, what Captain, the EDRS, and that's the state system that we have to go into on the death reports, death certificates, to get those out to the family as soon as possible. So it is, he's picking up those responsibilities, but he has additional responsibilities as well.
Any additional questions, comments, motions?
I will make a motion to approve the sheriff's patrol budget tentatively as presented.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Any additional discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Detention, 031.
All right, thank you. Humboldt County Sheriff Mike Allen for the record. And in 031, we are requesting, it's about a 15% increase over the previous year. And that is primarily for 3 additional employees. And this is a result of a Ninth Circuit Court decision that came out just about the time we were putting the budgets together. And it's Gordon v. City, our County of Orange. And when this jail was designed and developed, it was acceptable to have a minimum staffing levels in the jail to where you could actually, the way the jail, you guys have all been back there to see each pod in the jail and keep an eye on all the inmates that way. Video cameras in there as well, and to help keep an eye. But now is what they are saying is every inmate is entitled to their constitutional right of direct supervision, which means we have to go in there and physically check those inmates to make sure they're breathing, moving around, everything like that on a scheduled basis. Some are, it depends on what the circumstances are, but some are 15 minutes, some are 30 minutes, and some are 60 minutes. But then once again, we also have what I'm going to call bail reform. And we're also put under the gun for these new 48-hour hearings that the judges or justices, justice court is responsible for doing. So this will take another person out of the jail into the detention center courtroom, and they have to be with that person during that time within a 48-hour period when they've been arrested. So in order to do this, Captain Lininger has, crunched the man hours, the circumstances, and everything. And with 3 additional people, we'll be able to maintain the care, custody, and control of the jail under this new ruling by the Ninth Court decision on there. You guys want to stop there and ask any questions?
So our only option is additional people then, or isn't anything else that they offer that is acceptable electronically or anything? I'm just curious.
No, Captain Chris Lininger for the record. No, under this Gordon versus County of Orange, the Ninth Circuit has made it clear that this is a constitutional right for inmates right now. And Pool Pact, I've been on meetings with Pool Pact over this too, with Marshall Smith and Steve Campbell. Because I had concerns, we just put these new cameras in the individual cells because of COVID. We still have to quarantine in that aspect, regardless of what everybody thinks. The CDC hasn't let us off the hook for COVID yet either, for quarantining facilities. So that's another aspect to this. But they said the camera systems are a no. If we use them, it has to be in extreme circumstances, like right now with my staffing level. If we can't get in and do the checks, they better have a good reason that they're using the cameras. But Pool Pack is saying no. And they launched that new policy, which is the policies that we pretty much go by from the county as well, how they want these checks performed. And it's pretty labor intensive as far as staffing. Like Sheriff said, the facility was designed as an indirect supervision facility, and that's what all the jails went to back in the day. Now they're wanting to kind of ran like a prison because they do direct supervisions in the prisons. With this, especially on the day shifts and even nights, because nights it becomes more checks. They get another 30-minute checks. If we have people in booking, we've got to have somebody sitting down there for the 15-minute checks. If we have somebody on quarantine that's considered a medical, now we're getting into 15 or 30-minute checks, depends on where they're at. On top of running housing, on top of the courts with the AB 424, on top of bookings. I mean, I gotta have 2 people in housing at minimum, not including, we still have to get people through post, so I'm never full staffed. Maybe 2 months out of the year until we can get everybody certified, and that's looking like until the end of 2024 at this point.
Yeah.
So it's, these additional positions help not only with the people gone, constantly being gone, to allow us to abide by these new mandates on us. I mean, it's, we've experimented in there on the different shifts. We're struggling, we're really struggling right now. We've got 3 at post, 3 for hire. You know, we got people in backgrounds, we got 1 out on medical. So we're 7 people down trying to accomplish this, and it's hard. I mean, we're having to do a lot of justification on our checks right now because some days I have 2 people in there, and you know.
So was there a phase in that Ninth Circuit asked for, or is that something they just expected to happen overnight?
When they said, when POPAC put out that policy, they said it needs to be followed immediately. That was our notice. They also went on to say that they put everybody on warning that our qualified immunity is gone on this subject. So if we have an in-custody death and we didn't have the documentation on the checks, there's no immunity for the officers or for anybody. This is a huge impact.
Yeah. What kind of software are you going to have if you put these 3 on? I mean, to document that you've been in there and gone through that list of things, you checked each prisoner on a 60-hour interval or 60-minute interval of whatever it may be.
Our current in-custody system already supports that. It's just pretty much how they described it. It's almost like a hospital. When the nurse comes by, they got a patient checklist there that they do. Okay, you're okay. Move on to the next patient. That's how they want us to supervise inmates anymore. But our documentation, we already have that built in there. It's just the time. One, if we get a booking coming in, even with 3 on, it makes it hard if something else is going on at court or we have housing to actually go in the tanks. I can't have somebody in a tank by themselves with nobody running the controls, or if something happens to that person. But by the time they get around doing their rounds and coming back and doing that documentation, that deputy's already going back around and doing his rounds again, especially in the 30-minute checks. So it's been.
Yeah. Pretty much got you in a box then.
And I'll just say it's within 30 minutes because it's been known that if you do it every 30 minutes, the inmates catch on. And then if they are up to something, they'll wait until, okay, they just check. So you might have to do it multiple times within that 30 minutes, 15 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
You have to physically go into the cells or whatever to check on them too. That much more exposure for you guys.
And then, you know, like he said, we're never fully staffed. And one thing that we are consistently doing now is if there's an opening on patrol, it's a transfer out of the jail into the patrol division. That comes into also number 5, travel and training increased by 3,000 on this page, because when we send somebody to the police academy, they do charge us, I think it's $800 now a person. So the jail is absorbing the cost for all the new hires to go to post, because that's where they'll go. They'll start in the jail, and until there's an opening on the patrol side, then they'll be transferred if they so choose. But so Captain Lindinger is experiencing a shortfall in the training budget because all the new trainees or the people that have to go to post, it's all coming out of the jail budget now on that. Rather, it used to be split. We used to hire people direct into patrol division, but it does hit on the morale of our deputies in jail who do want to experience the other part of law enforcement, get out on the street and patrol. So, and it seems to be working pretty well. We're getting people we know, people who've been tried and tested in the jail, and they seem to adapt a little bit easier than hiring somebody that never had any patrol experience before.
Any additional questions
I
or
don't know.
concerns?
That's quite a few new positions to have to create in one year. I don't know, is there 2 positions? Would that not cover it?
Captain Leininger, for the record, it would help. Any positions added at this point would help the staff.
I mean, we're not just looking at the creation of positions. We're looking because of inflation this year and what it's going to be doing to COLAs and stuff. I mean, I had Gina pull up what it's going to mean. Law enforcement, our general units, appointed employees. Basically, the COLAs and the merit increases are going to add almost like hiring 2 new employees itself, just in law enforcement.
Yeah.
But I understand why. I mean, inflation is the way it is. It's needed, but we still got to make the dollars fit.
I get your point. I think also, at some point, three positions will slide by, 2 positions, are going to help. But, is it going to keep the wheels on it? And if 2 positions increases our liability, with pullback, so that's the only thing that's really catching me. I mean, if it's a mandated Ninth Circuit requirement and we cut a corner with regard to that and we end up with a death in a jail or whatnot, and it's uncovered by a pullback because we underfunded it, I worry about that side of it. So, I don't know. I can't sit where I'm at right now. I mean, Chris, you're the only one that's going to be able to tell me what the probability of something like that happening. And like you say, anything can happen day to day. But, and I get what Commissioner Cherry's saying. And bottom line is that you run out of money. You run out of money. But
I mean, short term, yeah, this is the solution. But honestly, going back to your guys' capital improvements on a different subject, but the commission itself should start looking at earmarking or putting away money for a new facility down the road. We'll never see it, but I mean, I know that's how Ely, White Pine County, they just slowly had a building fund, and then when they had enough money, they were able to build a new detention facility. Because if this, the way things are going, we're out of room. We can't build on there. I mean, that's off subject, but
sure,
a long-term fix for this.
Same idea.
Be building a new jail to abide by these new rulings coming down and whatever else is coming down the pipe for us. But we're way away from there. We're far off that.
Well, in the defense of these guys right here, I mean, you got to take a look at this binder in front of us. I mean, the bottom line is you're getting multiple hits. You guys sit in one part of it, and it's not, what you do is extremely important, but I mean, it's every single department we're getting this type of stuff, and and I get your point. I mean, the whole putting together a building fund, for instance, and actually being religious about adding to it. I don't think we've done that. We're in a position of having to fill quite a bit of this, but I think the bottom line is what happens is when you have unanticipated stuff coming at you, things like unfunded mandates. I mean, you guys have been talking unfunded mandates since you got here, and talk everything from the legislature to now the Ninth Circuit. So,
yeah, that 48 hours hearing. I mean, I know we're going to be starting a little bit early to work out the bugs before it's actually mandated, but
yeah,
we are going to be in court every single day. That's going to require, I'm trying to figure this out right now, scheduling wise, on top of this to accommodate these 48-hour hearings. because they're going to be run every day besides Saturday. And that messes up my weekend staff on Sunday as well. So,
And we're not even talking about the inmate monitoring that you have to do. That's another aspect of it in terms of.
and then the releases, because I don't know if the judge got to talk yet on this bill. The new requirement is what is least restrictive to house a person under this ruling. Least restrictive is at home. Okay, so now they got to meet the criteria to stay in custody. So not only this guy gets booked in, these bookings and arrests are increasing 48 hours, more than likely we're releasing this guy. So that's another process there, not only from the court, but I have to have that deputy in that booking area to do all these releases that we're going to be getting quicker. And right now it's about 3 to 5 days. So now we're down to 2-day time period, which is going to double the work. So.
I just want to add a couple of things. You know, these guys have done an outstanding job. We have had no jail deaths in the last 7 years, and I don't think this jail has you know, if we've ever experienced any. Since that jail's been made, was there one? You know, Mineral County did experience one not too long ago. Washoe County was experiencing a lot. And personally, I'd like to keep it that way, you know, because we did have a couple of attempts since I've been sheriff, but the deputies were able to be right on it and took care of the issue immediately. So they were slightly injured, but they did an outstanding job and were able to prevent suicides in there. The state does make us report to them each year all the jail deaths reported within our facility, but of course we've always been able to put a big goose egg there, and we'd like to keep doing that. I did see an error, I believe, on this sheet. It says that number of current employees included budgeted not filled. It's showing 26. I believe it should only be 20. What's that? Oh, central control. Okay, so then it would be 26 with central control in there as well.
Are you full now?
We just had a transfer. Leninger, for the record, we had a transfer to patrol. We had one that decided to go back to Oregon, and one just left the other day to go back to Montana. So.
No, I mean your hotel.
No, we started getting back up into the upper 30s a couple weeks ago, so we're still constantly in the 25 to 30 range right now in there.
So when someone is booked or arraigned, within the 48 hours, and then they place them at home, do you have to check on them at home?
No, that would be, so there's 3 ways that the judge can release under this act. One, if they meet the criteria, they keep them in there. They either reduce bail or they increase the bail because of their severity of their crime, like Class A felonies, or there's a little checklist, prior failure to peers. The second down would be released with conditions, like the pre-trial services, so either ankle monitoring or with conditions. And the least is just you're out at home, here's your court date type of deal. Let's say the traffic warrant for, you can't bail out on it for speeding or something. He's just going to release you and give you a court date. So that's how them work right there. So anything with a condition will go under pretrial services, and then they do the monitoring.
So like in Douglas County, Carson City, Reno has it as well, but they have an alternative sentencing division. And I think it's come up in a couple of conversations. And that's basically a law enforcement division that is under the authority of the courts. You know, once again, we have the separation of powers, the judicial branch. If they release somebody, they're responsible for them. We have the legislative branch who makes the laws, and we're the executive branch. So there was, I don't know, we did have a discussion, I guess would be the way that we would be releasing them, meaning the sheriff's office, off these 48, to alleviate the 48-hour hold, but it's not our responsibility to release these inmates after we arrest them. I mean, why even arrest them if we're just going to turn around and release them? You know, my concern is public safety. There's a huge concern for victims and witnesses under this system that they're developing, because I think we're going to have more and more people not even wanting to come forward because they don't feel safe. You know, if I turn this guy in, he's going to be out in 4 hours, and then is he going to come and retaliate against me? Working drugs as much as I did with the task force, with NDI, this is what we experienced a lot when, you know, is trying to ensure people's safety. If they did, let us know who the bad guy was, if you will. And it was a challenge, and I think we're going to be seeing that overall on all crimes, not just drug crimes, but any crime. Is when this came to a head to me was probably about 7 years ago, and I had a lady call, and she said, "Hey, I just turned in my neighbor for breaking into my other neighbor's house, and then I saw him a couple hours later. Why is he out?" Well, it is his constitutional right. He can bail out, but it just kind of the light bulb went off, saying, you know, how bad is this? And I expressed this not too long ago, probably been about 6 weeks now. I had a webinar with Assemblyman O'Neill and Senator Harris. Senator Harris is the one who authored that other bill with the IA Pro. She's out of Vegas, and we were supposed to talk about state prisons and what I thought about state prisons. And I said, you need to build more and hire or pay the people there a little bit better. But it was 5 minutes on that, and then it turned into 25 minutes on local problems is what it ended up being. And I did express during that these new laws that are going and how difficult it's making it on law enforcement as a whole. It's a revolving door system right now, and you know, it's not going to get better anytime soon, but I think it is important that we, you know, every chance I get, I push back on that, because I guess I've seen both ends of the spectrum here, and I do know that if you're tough on crime, I think you're going to have a decrease in crime. And then, you know, just today, they're saying the national murder rate has decreased. But what's the national shooting rate? Because the reason why it's decreased is because the medical services are better. They're able to help these people, and so there's no longer murder. So what about the attempted murder? I mean, we just saw what happened in Sacramento. You just don't know when stuff's going to happen at all on this. But I'll get off my soapbox.
You have any?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Hill. I think they are in unprecedented times with all this I think they have one of the toughest jobs I could ever imagine, you know, with what they're up against. I would be all for giving them as much help as we can. They've just said now they can't staff what they have. You know, if we give them 3 positions, they're probably going to be lucky to fill 2 of them, but at least they have that option to get their stuff out there. And you know, like they said earlier, you know, it used to be in law enforcement, you go find the bad guys, you put them away, and you move on to the next bad guy. Now it's you go put the bad guy away and he gets out, and so you're basically you're being reactive everywhere you go. You're just being a presence, you know. And I think in order to help these folks out, the more presence we can get out there, I think the better our public safety is going to be. It's unfortunate that we have to put more people on, but you know, like they said earlier, if we did have a state-of-the-art jail where we could man down a little bit, but we don't have that. So we have an old jail, so it's going to take more people to run it. Yeah. You know, I'm like I said, I'm not a fan of more and more people, but I really do think these folks need all the help they can get, because at some point we're going to work them to death, and then nobody's going to want to work out there. Yeah. You know, so we really got to.
Well, you know,
we really got to support them.
You're absolutely right. I'm just reflecting on what Officer Leninger was just saying here. That bottom line is that we have between the requirement for 48 hours for the court side of it and the body check, just the checking of the inmates, their constitutional rights out of the Ninth Circuit, that alone is going to increase the requirements in that jail, and none of it was stuff that was surrounded a work program that you guys liked better. I mean, it was imposed upon us. And the bottom line is I don't think we have any choice. I don't see an alternative to what is being offered here right now. I don't. Am I wrong?
I don't think so. I mean,
Yeah.
unfortunately,
I'm concerned about it, but I think we pretty much lined it out.
What if we were to give you 2 full-time employees, by the time you get them filled, see how that works? Could readdress this.
We could do that.
So 2 positions right now, and then have a conversation down the road depending on how this thing unfolds for you. So
Right,
maybe
and
the
then
third.
the next post academy, we have 3 at the post academy right now. One will eventually be rotated out back to patrol, but Captain Lininger's informed me that he'll need to stay for a week or 2 longer at the jail due to staffing issues. And then on the next post academy, how many do we have going? Possibly 3 again. So it's always, it's a training ground. The jail is the training ground. So it's almost going to be, I would almost guess 2 to 3 people we lose out of there. And like Captain Linenger said, we do have one on medical leave right now as well. And, that comes up a couple times a year throughout both divisions.
We do identify people that, that's what they want to make their career. So
Right.
that does help.
Right.
Lander County offers a academy, so they don't know, like, hey, this is what I want to do, this is the path I want to go. I can get into Lander County's academy for 5 weeks. All they have to do, they can't go nothing but the jail. So that does help us out a little bit. We are starting to get individuals that are, we got one that's a lateral right now, pinning higher, and that's all he wants to do is do his career in detention. So that'll make it a lot nicer as well.
Okay. Any additional questions?
I like Ken's suggestion, if we could try that, because they have these other positions that are open, if they could get those positions open to new additional positions, see how it works.
yeah, if they're
Start with 2 and then come back on the third.
game for that, I mean, I'd support that, but I also would look at the 3rd position very seriously if you came back at it.
Okay.
Let's go with the 2. I'm going to make the motion.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll do that. This Commissioner Hill, I would make a motion that we approve the detention budget with the change of approving or conditionally approving 2 additional employees at this time.
Okay. And then we'll just got a agreement amongst us, is it, give it a chance to see how this works and then come back. All right. Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
Question on the motion? Do you want me to leave that 3rd position salary and benefits in the budget, just not fill it? Approve removing that amount?
I think we should leave it in there until we know about it more. We don't have to spend it, but we should leave it there, and so we don't have to augment the budget if you decide to put the 3rd one there.
It's a good plan. I like that.
Okay.
And it says tentatively?
Tentative, yeah.
Yep.
I said conditionally, but I meant tentatively.
Very good.
Sometimes things just come out.
Yeah. Okay, we have any additional comment on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Okay.
Chris, how's medical doing?
Oh, great. So Just a little update, I guess you got a second. We're still waiting for HGH on the contract on their side, but Bev is being overseen and talking about avoiding a couple of deaths. We almost did have a couple recently. I just found out about it, not that it happened, but she identified that one of the inmates, on just doing her checks, was just kind of off. Got over to HGH real quick, and they're like, oh, this guy had a heart attack sometime. So we was able to get him medically released from the facility. So she has saved our butts a few times, not just that one, but she's doing very well. And I would like, still got feelers out. We're trying to, because we got the ARPA funds there for our second nurse, but just having trouble finding another nurse.
Yeah.
It's going good as can be.
Yeah, great.
Good.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Next item is going to be dispatch 032.
All right, thank you. Humboldt County Sheriff Mike Allen again for the record, and you can see that this is a 9% decrease, but we did increase our overtime. This is a result of short staffing. So even though we have the positions open, we are constantly recruiting, interviewing, we're doing backgrounds. And well, I think we're running probably about 75%. So 75% people will get through our backgrounds after they make our pass our testing procedures, but then about 25% do get washed through the backgrounds. It could be slightly higher, maybe even 60%. So it is a constant struggle to get these people in. We did recently hire one. We had another one that you just find out that when people go into this job that it's not what they expect, and they realize the responsibility put on them, that they are the lifeline, you know, whether it's law enforcement or somebody with a medical issue, everybody out there. And sometimes it's just not the right fit. So, you know, it is a struggle getting people in there, but overall, this is a 9% decrease. We've talked about the IA Pro and the other program in here as well, and the other increases for the systems that they use in dispatch. And we reduced service and supply by 40,000, or reduced service and supplies by 8,000. It was 48,000. We saw that we're not spending as much there as we thought we would.
Any questions?
You've got 5 vacancies.
What is the radio contract maintenance? I see there's 8,000 unused, 8,000 unused, 8,000 again.
So that's kind of like an emergency category that we have if something goes out in dispatch, that if we needed to hire a contractor to come in. Sometimes, you know, Rick's people, we'll hire out to Eagle out of Elko sometimes if there's a radio problem. Within there, we need equipment that wasn't budgeted for. So to ensure the safety of the community and the continuity of operations of the dispatch center, we have that in there.
And I do want to point out that there is the $185,000 in there, and that includes the additional amount for that 911 telephone phone line that we talked about earlier under the 911 surcharge.
Okay. Any questions, concerns, comments, motions?
Motion to tentatively approve dispatch 100-032 as presented.
Okay, motion on the floor, discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Yeah, I know.
Got one left.
All right.
Task Force 037.
Okay, Humboldt County Sheriff Mike Allen for the record. Once again, this is the narcotic task force position. It's a 5% decrease over last year, but this is a position that's been funded by the county since the 90s. And we would like to continue to do this. Recently, we've seen an uptick in substantial cases within our area in the narcotic enforcement arena. They did some outstanding work. I can't talk more about that, but I was really proud of these guys. They put together a couple of good cases, and it had the consequences will be felt in another. Well, we were experiencing drug trafficking here in Humboldt County, but the arrest took place in another county on that. But you know, the impact is going to be felt here within this area. They had some significant cases, which was very helpful for our community drug problem, which is we do have a pretty good drug problem in our community. We have fentanyl, which is out there. So it's imperative that we continue this program. Although the consequences and the penalties aren't the same as we saw 20 years ago, but we still can get the drugs off the street. You know, right now, everybody, Nevada has almost decriminalized drug laws, but its drugs are still illegal. So it's important that we continue this program.
Yep, I agree. Money well spent. Questions, concerns, motions?
I would make a motion, this is Commissioner Hill, I would make a motion that we tentatively approve the task force budget.
037?
Sheriff's Task force budget.
Okay. Discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Don't forget your water.
Thanks.
Okay, item 21 is Justice Court.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mr. Chairman. Jim Lovelace, Justice of the Peace.
We're not leaving. He just had to stretch his legs.
Oh, okay, okay. I might have started a little too early.
No, you're just fine.
Okay.
Judge, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. What I'd like to do is discuss budget items 100-042. The court itself, if you noticed on also the literature that I sent over, we're going to be asking for a decrease in counsel expenses from $13,000 last year to $10,000 this year. I also understand that DIDS, Department of Indigent Defense, that the state has, the county went into an agreement with, for indigent defenses, we are sending over counsel that direction, or actually we're receiving counsel that direction from that. But we still have some attorneys out here in our community and also in the Reno area that we still have had given indigent defense to on some defendants. So we haven't received all those bills yet. Some of those cases are still coming through the court. So I don't know what that figure is, but I still wanted to kind of leave some money in there, but with a decrease. My anticipation is for next year, I'm guessing, knock on wood, so to speak, that all those cases will have filtered through the court, therefore that we will not need that line item next year. So that's what I'm anticipating on that. So therefore I'm asking for a decrease in there, but still leaving that line item there, although DIS is in the process. Also, I'm also in the budget, we have eliminated the vehicle fuel and maintenance. Last year was at $1,500. This year, we don't have that vehicle anymore. We're not using it. We're able to do all our court with defendants over at the jail via what we call Vatigo Bridge. And that's a link from the courtroom, main courtroom here to the courtroom over at the jail. So I'm able to see all the defendants that way. So therefore, we don't need to go back and forth to the jail any further. So I'm decreasing, or I'm eliminating that item. Also, the alcohol monitoring. I'm asking for a decrease from 2,000 to 500 in there. What we have recently done, and I don't know if everyone's aware of this, but we have turned to, oh gosh darn it, I'm trying to think of the name. not indigent services, pretrial services. Pretrial services have, as you know, is an entity that is required now through the state of Nevada. Pretrial services, when the court orders someone into pretrial services is either doing ankle monitoring, alcohol monitoring, urinalysis testing for us, and reporting back to the court whether or not there's a violation or the individual's actually participating in pretrial services. But I wanted to leave that line item there, decreasing it from 2,000 to 500 in the event that we do not have somebody that is pretrial service ordered. At least we have some sort of funding that we could still get them monitored through that. So I'd kind of like to keep that. But the big one, I guess I want to talk about, and the court actually is looking at for an increase of 10.37%. And I'm not really sure that that's an accurate figure, and I'm going to kind of explain why. Pretrial services, the court is asking for an increase in budget of $75,000 for pretrial services. Again, I'm not sure if that's correct. I recently found out that pretrial services may be intertwined, so to speak, with indigent services. So with that being said, and I just found this out last Thursday, last Friday, so I'm really not sure if the court is even comfortable coming before this board and asking for possible $75,000 for pretrial services for defendants throughout the year. And again, that's for ankle monitoring, house arrest, possible, depends on the needs of the client, possible housing assistance, so to speak, those types of things. So I'm really not sure if that's an accurate statement or figure. As I mentioned, when we first did our budget, it was thought that district court and justice court were going to go into a combined 50-50 split, so to speak, not knowing that pretrial services may be intertwined with indigent services. So that was our thinking on this. I was also informed that pretrial services, their grant is going to expire in September. So that was the thinking behind this, possibly splitting the cost with district court amongst justice court. But I'm really not kind of sure where we're sitting at this point. Again, I was just brought this up last Thursday, Friday, so I'm really not sure if this is the appropriate time to even ask for that, because I don't even know if that's correct.
Mr. Chair, can I jump in here?
Yep.
So actually, I think it's the perfect time because I had the same question. As we went through the Human Services Director interviews, one of the things that we agreed to with the district attorney was that, and one of the reasons that Denny was such a great choice was that she's already been doing pretrial services as part of the grant that the judge mentions here. So she is now going to take that and move it, because it should never have been in the courts to begin with. It should have been outside the courts. And so she's going to take that to her human services job. So she'll still be doing pretrial services. So my question to you, and the question I had for you, was the $75,000 that you and Judge Montero were going to take 75 each. Mm-hmm. Was that for like the ankle monitors and the equipment, or was that actually the work?
That was also for, from what my understanding with the conversation with Judge Montero, that was also going to be for wages. But majority of that, obviously is going to go for ankle monitors, urinalysis testing, housing assistance. And again, it's pretrial. So that was my understanding on it. And I believe that we both agreed to split the cost based on pretrial services staying at the entity it was. So like I said, I'm not really quite sure if that is an accurate figure at this point in time. I don't want to come out and say it is because I honestly don't know. But based on the conversations beforehand, based on the grant that they had in the past, it was $150,000. So we kind of looked at that, looked at what it was servicing and how it was functioning, and basically just kind of split the costs going forward from there.
Yeah, and I would assume that part of that was wages and benefits, had to be $150,000.
I believe it was, yes.
Yeah, so I would say about half of that was her wages.
Right.
So
Right.
I guess what I'm thinking is that maybe the best thing to do would be to leave it in there. Let's see what happens. Unless we can get confirmation from the judge, because the 150 is obviously going away, right? At the end, in October, I think.
Yes, yes.
So having said that, you might want to leave it there, but I don't, certainly the wages and benefits are covered under human services.
You know, again, I wasn't quite sure because again, I was just notified of this Thursday, Friday. I didn't know if that was, the funding was going to be absorbed into her position with indigent services. So that's why I say what I say. I wasn't quite sure where that is going to fall, whether or not the court is still going to keep that or that's going to be absorbed into that position. I wasn't, you know, I know this is, would have been nice to have more forewarning, but unfortunately, that's just the way it is.
Well, I think the wages and benefits, I think that's covered. So you don't need it in there for that purpose.
Right,
She's going to do that as part of her duties.
right.
So all the more reason it was valuable to get her, and, you know, it's with the same amount of money that we're going to ask her to do the public guardian and indigent services and medical piece, so.
Yeah.
So that being the case, we've only got about 12 or $15,000 on the table. Correct?
Well, for this particular budget, yeah.
For this item.
And you've already approved the
Is it-
other budget.
Yeah, because we've already
Judge had
budgeted for her
75 in
position.
his, so.
Oh, did he? Okay, I wasn't sure. I wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, both budgets included the 75,000 for the pretrial services. So I would agree with County Manager Mendiola that we leave it in there for now until we figure out how all of this transition is going to work. And if we don't spend it, we don't spend it.
Exactly.
Yep.
But I just wanted you gentlemen to understand where I was kind of coming from. Sure. You know, not knowing the full details. I think that's important. But other than that, for the 042, there is nothing else unless there's any questions.
I have none. Any questions for the judge? Motion?
I'll make a motion to tentatively approve the Justice Court budget as presented.
Okay. Motion on the floor. Additional discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Well, thank you.
Okay. We'll go to administrative assessment 209.
I suppose I should have this in order. The court is not looking for anything different than what we've done in the past, the 60,000 on the administrative assessment. And that seems to be adequate for court usage.
Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, what is it?
60,000.
No, but what is?
Oh, administrative assessment, we use that for some of our agreements that we have with vendors, contracts. We also use that for anything that just may come up that's unfunded, those types of things. But the big one is like our contracts with Portview, AOC type of stuff. We'll use that funding. There may be an additional funding this year as well. I kind of like to bring up. It's unknown what it is, but AOC's coming in. We're at, I think we're going into phase 3. And what phase, and AOC monitors all the court stuff, funding, where the budget or where monies is going, court cases in itself. But there's going to be a new deal that's coming out. We just got notified of this. And again, we don't know what the funding is right now, but they're calling it phase 3. Phase 3 is, as everybody knows, everything is going electronic. It's trying to get defendants into court more often. And they want us to get phone numbers, email addresses of these individuals. And AOC will notify the defendants on when their next court hearing is via emails and or cell messages. So it sounds great, but it's in the infamous phase right now. So, but at some point we're going to end up being asked to fund a portion of that. And we would use that out of that administrative assessment.
Okay. Everybody squared away?
Make a motion.
Yep.
to Tentatively approve the administrative assessment budget as presented.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimous. And Administrative Assistant Court Facilities 219.
I've heard a lot of this one this morning. We, as you know, we last year with Gina's help moved from court facility funding 350,000 towards renovation of a new court. And I've heard a lot of discussion about that this morning. So we're just going to keep that where it was last year as well.
Okay.
Not asking for anything different or an increase.
And for clarification, the transfer has not taken place, and we'll probably do the same as we did with district court and not actually transfer those funds until which time we're moving forward on that project.
Yep. Works. Okay. Discussion? Motion?
Motion to approve administrative assistant court facilities, number 219, tentatively.
Okay, motion on the floor. Discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimous.
Thank you, gentlemen. Certainly have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Okay, item 22, Buildings and Grounds, 009.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Enoch Gaitan, Buildings and Grounds, and then we are here presenting the budget on our department. Our budget is increased by 32.25%. This current one, this is due for several reasons. One of them it's the inflations and special projects and equipment and vehicle. So, and to the first page, the B1 form, it got a lot of justification in there. I don't know if the commissioner, do you have time to read the first page or not?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can I just jump in here? Enoch and Jeff, I did some calculating late last week, I guess it was, just to give you an idea. And when we go through this, you'll see this, but I just wanted to give you, they always say if you're going to do a public speaking engagement, always state what you're going to tell them what you want to tell them, and then review them what you told them. So this is always a hard one. So I think maybe this will help, and maybe it'll make things worse. I don't know. But if you take out, one of the things you'll see in here, last year we put a wish list. It was a needs and a wants. And again, I wasn't here for that, so it kind of got misconstrued, I think. But so what we did is we changed it from needs or critical. In other words, we got to do them. Just, we believe we got to do them. And then the other one, which was the wants, to non-critical, meaning, hey, they're out there, they're eventually going to break, but we can probably get by another year without doing anything. And so what I did was I broke it down and said, currently, if you approve this as it is, it'd be a 32.25% increase. If you take out the non-critical projects, which we'll go over here in a minute, it'd be an 18% increase. Okay, so looks a lot better automatically. And then if you took out all of the inflation related and the two vehicles they're asking for, then it'd be a 3% increase. So I guess my point I'm trying to make is that it looks really bad on the face, but especially if you break out the non-criticals, it cuts in half almost. So again, we can go through all those things and you can decide what you want to do and what you don't want to do, but I don't know if that helps or not.
So let's start with the non-criticals.
Okay.
Okay, non-critical. So we added here to courthouse, outside exterior wall. Everywhere outside, it's stained by water. And I think at one point, that was way before me, I think that they've been done cleaning that brick wall, removing the stain at some point in the past. So looking at it, the outside wall around the building, it looks that it really needed to be done again, so. But that's what we put in a non-critical. It's something I just want to aware of. I want to make sure that our courthouse building looks in good shape and clean, so.
So how do you do that? Do you have to paint the whole building or
No,
Chemically washed,
chemically wash it?
yeah, cleaned.
any question, you want to continue on that, or?
Okay, any of the items on the non-critical list that you had questions on or?
I do.
Comments, yeah.
You have adding a second backup generator to dispatch center to 117.8. And then you have remove and install a new generator at the detention, or juvenile detention center for 38,650. I mean, are they just a hell of a lot bigger generator? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Juvenile facilities only a small generator. It's, what is it, about 12, 15 kVA?
It's something somewhere specific, kind of 15 kW,
Yeah.
and then the detentions, the dispatch is 150 kW.
Mhm.
So the small generator in Juve, it support only certain areas, and the jail, generator for dispatch, it support the whole entire building.
They already have one there, right?
They had only one right now, and then when that building was built originally on the plan, it was supposed to be 2 generators in place, but in that time, they take it off, and then, well, it's been, what, 7, 8, 9 years, something like that building, so we want to make sure to have a second one in there, just.
But it's been working for 50 years with one.
7 years.
So is that the new building?
Yeah.
The dispatch center.
So this, just to be clear, so you're adding a second backup generator. There's already a backup. You're going to back up your backup. Do you not trust your first backup?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, your stuff's there.
Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching.
Oh, you again. Good afternoon, Rick Grantham for the record. So when the facility was originally designed, it was supposed to have 2 generators there. Currently, with the existing generator, if it fails, we have less than 3 hours to find an equivalent to get it back up. Otherwise, dispatch goes completely dark. Nothing else will be able to be powered up at all. So that is a big concern. The other concern is yes, we've been told in the past generators never fail. We had a pinhole in the one in the jail, took dispatch down for 4.5 hours when it was in the old building. My concern is to keep public safety operational 24/7. We desperately need to get that backup generator or the other generator so it does in parallel keep the facility going. Currently, half the facility is on one UPS, the other's on the other UPS. So one generator would run one UPS center plus all the main air conditioning and everything else, and the other one would split that load also on a separate UPS. There's also another concern that's coming down the line, the new electrical code, and some of the vendors have reached out to me and basically stated that if there is not an equivalent generator on facility, they won't take the existing one down for maintenance because it's such a liability issue to that contractor trying to support it.
I don't know if we're quite on that electrical code yet. I know we're always a little bit behind, but that is coming. And if we don't get this second generator, we may not be able to get it supported for maintenance. So it is also a big concern.
Yeah, and I would just add that this has been on the budget for 4, 5, 6 years maybe.
Yeah.
And it's been turned down every time, and that's why I pulled it. We've done fine, but Rick obviously makes some really good points, and that's why I really felt like you guys needed to weigh in. So.
Okay. Any additional questions, concerns on that item? Any other items on this list?
And the other generator at the detention center, that one's just up for a renewal. It needs.
Yeah, that one is the original generator, and then that building, it's like what, 28, 29 years old. So we've been putting this in the past, and then they take it off every time. So I just gonna keep it up and kind of commissioner know that how old that is. I don't know if the commissioner remember what happened. I don't know how many years ago with the jail detention center that we put them in agenda, and then commissioner they take it off, and then finally that generator give up, and then there was no backup for that building for at least what 3 months.
3 months.
3 months without the generator. The only way we can make it run the generator was 2 person has to be turn on that generator manually. So Jeff and I, we was standby for 3 months until we get the new generator replaced to the old one.
Let me ask it's a naive question, but I'm thinking about this from a standpoint of multiple standby generators. So if we bought a standby generator similar to what Cashman has, sitting on a set of wheels, and we park that in the garage someplace, we could actually pull that up and actually use it as standby generation for 3 locations, correct?
Yeah, but the power's all tied up to the same place. You know what I mean? Like if the jail goes down, the dispatch goes down, and juvie all go down at the same time. If that power goes out. So
Yeah,
if you've only got one generator there, he still hasn't got a backup for dispatch if you.
I got you. But, I'm saying that I'm playing odds here now, probabilities, what's the probability of the backup generator crashing on all 3 facilities at the same time?
Commissioner, Gaitan, so the other issue going like the you were thinking about, it's all 3 buildings, they have a different voltage. So the jail detention center is 477 volt. The dispatch is 208 3-phase, and then juvenile detention it's a single phase 208 volts. So I know where you're coming from. So having just one generator it is not gonna work to try to work to the different buildings. Because
the 208 volt would actually service juvenile and dispatch, correct? If we upsize the one to meet the highest demand.
208 single phase and juvie is 208 3-phase in dispatch center is different. It's totally different. And then the jail detention center is 477 volt 3-phase. So all of them, they're totally different voltage.
That was a bad design. That's where I was going to. Just get 2 nice generators and we'll run the whole facility. If it goes down, we'll just turn them on. But I understand the power issue. Yeah. I know it seems like on the surface, this is Rick Grantham for the record, that's a good idea. But barring that, every time I've seen a generator fail in Humboldt County, it is the worst time. And nobody's available at the time. So less than 3 hours to keep dispatch from going down, you'd have to have trained personnel available 24/7 for if that did happen. Plug that thing in, make sure it's phased right, get it up and running, and hopefully that the center didn't go down in the meantime. So you're on borrowed time, and
haste makes waste, and it could cause accidents. And if it's not connected right, you could damage well over $1 million worth of hardware.
Okay, so you made your case for dispatch.
Okay.
And I'm guessing, we can talk about the jail facility as well. But juvenile detention, what is the downside on that one if we were to go looking for standby if we couldn't? For instance, from Cashman or somebody like that.
For juvenile, we're just looking at replacing what's there now. We'd only have one generator there.
Right,
So
you already
that-
have one.
Yeah, that's right. And if we had to, we could hold that one back for backup, I suppose.
Yeah.
Once we replaced it and put the new one in place.
Just use it as a standby generator.
But it's not big enough for the detention center.
No,
So.
no.
Yeah.
No,
It-
it's
part
only
of the
good for
juvenile
that
probation.
place.
Do not
Yeah.
put it over at the.
Yeah.
Well, these are backup generators. So how many hours are on these generators? Even though they're older, do they have many hours on them?
Yeah.
I don't have that answer.
Yeah,
So
I know there's quite a few on the juvenile one.
It comes on,
It goes on every week.
it does.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. So does juvenile.
yeah, well, all three buildings they cycle weekly, so exercise. So about maybe
It doesn't have a lot of hours on it. So it's-
It's not huge, but
Well, I think, obviously we have it on the non-critical list. So at what stage does something on the non-critical list make it to the critical list? I guess that's really the question, The critical list is obviously the one that, we better do something with list, correct?
yes.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yep, go ahead.
This Commissioner Hill, the fire alarm at the library, it currently functions. We're just looking, is it out of date, upgrade?
Currently, there is no one in there. So what we're trying is, almost every building it has a fire alarm. So certain buildings still doesn't have one. So we believe that it's necessary to have one in every county building facility just to protect our building for fires. On library is one of them. The DA's office another one. And then I think it is a couple more, but we don't want to put all the one at once.
Right.
So,
So there's no fire alarm at all?
no, none. And it is a lot of books and papers and so.
Lots of books in there.
So are we all still on the non-critical list, those 6 items? Or are we? I think, on the must-to list, I think obviously any kind of repair work that involves, leaky roof or something along that line is going to cause damage to the structure itself, I think is critical and needs to be done. Did you have something?
So just looking at this, I mean, like you said, there, a lot of them are non-critical, but I really think those generators probably need to be tackled. I don't know that we need to tackle both of them in one cycle, but
What's that? Which one?
there's one generator for the detention center, and then there's one for the
Non-critical.
Dispatch. Those to me seem fairly critical to our infrastructure and keeping things going. So, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think we need to buy both of them this year, but probably knock one of them off there. And since these are non-critical, I mean, I really don't see why we couldn't knock all the rest of this off and move on.
Yeah, obviously, the engineering on that dispatch center was pretty clear initially. It was this board that decided that we're gonna try to cut some corners there and cut a generator out, but if that's a three-phase power, 220 three-phase, 208 three-phase, I mean, that's not something you're gonna go down to Cashman and ask. I'll take that one right there.
Yeah, it's gonna have to
That's a
come out of
pretty
Vegas or
specialized
somewhere,
generator.
yeah.
You know, that's a standby generator that not everybody's gonna have in their fleet. If we've got $1 million worth of electronics and worse than that, if we have a responsibility for 24/7 dispatch capabilities there, then I think that, in my mind, moves off the non-critical side onto the critical side. I have to agree with you. I'm not convinced that this year that, you know, for the juvenile, having a second one at juvenile probation or juvenile detention center is something that is, you know, is that critical this year. Not for the same reasons. I mean, it's nothing against them personally, but, you know, bottom line is that we're not talking about $1 million in electronics and 911 services there, but, and it doesn't mean that we can't look at that, put that on the priority list and start bumping it up to where it needs to.
The other point to that is juvenile runs on 208, two-phase, three-phase?
Single phase.
Single phase. So that's going to be a heck of a lot easier to go grab one of those that, you know, we can find that generator pretty fast.
Yep, that's the truth.
Probably run it off a welder if you really wanted to. So to me, the critical one is the expensive one, obviously, but there's a heck of a lot of liability there to lose $1 million worth of equipment. I mean, like I say, we've been going several years, but if we're going to knock something off this list, it's probably the one that makes the most sense.
Are we still on that list? Does everybody have anything else on there they want to talk about? Can we move on then to the critical projects must be done list?
Sure.
I've got two on there that I'm wondering about the critical nature of. I understand, and I was the guy that was beating the drum pretty hard here, having to do with spending some money on this building. And we have spent quite a bit, and you know, you're trying to knock the calcium off the side of the bricks on that. I can understand that whole purpose behind it. Where I wonder about though is, when we start talking about installing the drop ceiling, for instance, in the library. Help me out with why that becomes critical on.
We need that before we put the fire system in and to bring more electrical through the building. We haven't got access. We can't.
That's where it had to go.
We haven't got access into the ceiling to get right through there.
Got it.
So that's why we want to put a drop ceiling in. Then we could look at doing fire alarms and everything like that.
And you're just taking the
On top of it.
advantage of doing that to upgrade the lighting? That's the
And
second
lighting
item,
at the same
second
time.
item.
Yeah.
I'm going to give an example, Commissioner, here at the courthouse.
Yep.
And every office, if you see, it's a drop ceiling.
Mhm.
So the reason they put it used to be like this ceiling, just right about that drop ceiling. And they did that because that's the only way they can run the sprinkler system.
Got it.
So they have to hide in somehow electrical, the internet cable, I mean, everything is just right about that drop ceiling.
Makes sense.
So, so library, because it's a concrete roof, we can't really do anything. I mean, it's being expanded for a lot of reason in there, and for us, there's no way we can run electrical, fire alarm. Rick, he need to install more data cable for cameras, a computer, and it's kind of impossible to do it. So that's the only way we can accommodate all these needs for that building.
Yep.
Drop ceiling.
I wasn't aware that we were planning on putting a water or a sprinkler system in that. So.
Well, plus power. They want to drop power anywhere. We can't get in the ceiling to bring it across.
Okay, that makes
Anything like
sense.
that.
So in that building, we're not looking to install a sprinkler system. It's just this fire, just the fire alarm system. It's smoke sensors and all that.
Right.
'Cause we don't have enough water source into the building to do the fire sprinkler, install a sprinkler system. So.
So on the non-critical page, we have install new fire alarm system at Humboldt County Library. If we approve the drop ceiling, wouldn't we want to put that in then?
Well, we want to put that in, but we put them in non-critical just to Commissioner know that we want to one thing or the other, or we can do both of them. So that's why we put them in the different areas, but both of them, they're related for the same purpose.
Yeah, it seemed to me that if you're going to do a project that's going to involve a ceiling and whatnot, you're going to get everything, you're going to put everything up above that ceiling before you hang the ceiling, you know? Otherwise, you're going to take it all back down so you can put that up, so.
And the lights, the only reason it's going to have to be new light is because the existing lights is not made for the drop ceiling system. So it's totally different thing. So unfortunately, if we do the drop ceiling, we have to do the light too as well.
So that's what, a can light system or something like that, or?
No,
No, they're inserts into a drop ceiling. Like in a drop ceiling, your lights drop into your T-bars. So you can take a panel out, you can move that light around the place. But what we've got there at the moment's screwed up into the ceiling, and they don't fit into a drop ceiling system.
Okay, guys.
We would be looking at moving 175,000 over to critical. It'd be the fire alarm system and the generator.
Yeah, that
Roughly
is,
175, I don't know, what's the numbers?
fire alarm is
56.
56.
57,000, so 57 and 118, so
174,640.
175. You're close.
175.
So what's your pleasure?
Um, Never mind, I was on the wrong page.
Well, this is Commissioner Hill. My thoughts are that looks like there's some stuff in this critical that's probably pretty, we need to move pretty fast on, you know, like the roof at McDermott Library. I'm all about the library here, but we just approved a new roof for it. We just upgraded the bathrooms. You know, we've done some pretty major work in the last year. Maybe some of these other things should take a little more precedence than spending more money on the library right now. That's just kind of my initial thoughts. If we're going to have to make cuts, then, you know,
So are you guys, did you guys move forward with that proposal based on fire marshal recommendations, or is that just something that you felt was needed to be done right away?
It's something we feel needs to be done, especially if they expand it all, put more computers in. We just can't get power to the place and at the same time put alarms in there.
Yeah. Yep, okay. I'm just kind of curious.
It's not from fire marshal or anything.
Right. So that, from that standpoint, if that was something that showed up on the critical list, that the library proposal, the fire alarm roof extension project, if that showed up next year, that wouldn't be that critical this time.
Yep.
And then we could go move forward with it, because I think we've got, what, $80,000 on the roof right now, and a couple $100,000 on the ADA bathroom right now. So I have to agree with Commissioner Hill. We've got a pretty healthy chunk of the budget going into it right now.
And
That's
really,
just my thoughts.
yeah, we should lump that ceiling in with the fire alarm because one can't be done without the other. mean,
I
we
agree.
really that should all be lumped in as
Same time.
one project. Um, I know the ceiling will help you with other things. It'll help you with expanding electricity and internet and all that down there. But in my eyes, that's one project. We can't put the fire alarm in without having somewhere to hide the.
Cost you more if you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and you had a good point earlier too. We don't want to do the ceiling this year and then come back in next year and rip it all out.
Take it all down, yeah.
Didn't we spend 300, 400,000 on ADA ramps and bathrooms there this year?
At the library? That's the one that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
For 280,000.
Yeah.
We never got it done. Then we finally got a contractor and he'll start in a week or so.
Yeah.
We've got that on capital projects.
It's on capital project, yeah.
See, we're spending a lot of money at the library
Yes.
at the,
Yep. That was.
Great big chunk of money now.
That was my point is kind of spread it around because we do have some other issues with some of our buildings that we really need to address. I don't know that.
As long as it's not critical, I think it's not a bad idea to keep it on the list and keep moving it up the priority side. But
This McDermott library just sticks out to me. I don't know, that leaky roof can turn into really bad stuff real fast. So that seems pretty critical to me.
Yep.
What
I
happened? What happened?
No, they've got the roof, it's leaking all over the place. The ice is just getting up and coming up the valleys. We got cooled, all the shingles are curling on it.
yeah,
There's not much left on it.
needs to get done.
Yep.
Yep.
The
Yeah,
paint,
protect the integrity of that building.
Yep.
Got to do that.
the paint stuff to me is pretty low cost for a pretty big return. You know, we need to keep things painted and there's another line item in here under critical. That's 5,000 for just painting. That's,
Yeah.
So if we moved for our critical items, would we have the restore the courthouse east wing roof, 89,000, the 61,300 for the parking lots, 5,000, and then drop down to the 35,000, the 24,000. And then on the next page, pick up that
Generator.
dispatch generator.
Yep. You hit it on the head.
yes.
And move the other stuff to next year.
Yep.
Everybody on for that? Okay.
Oh,
No.
No, not the fire alarm.
Just the generator for dispatch?
Yeah, we're going to take the install new drop ceiling, upgrade existing light fixtures, and the fire detection system out of this year. We're going to put that into next year. And then we're going to move the generator system in the from the non-critical list to the critical list. And the, okay, what am I missing? We were going to move the generator system over onto the critical list, right?
No, you bars out.
Yep.
And the light too, right?
Yep. Okay. And then the rest of it, the rest of the stuff that's on the non-critical list, slump till next year.
Yeah, I say, yeah, we'll just pull that generator and go with it and then.
Then
The
put
rest-
that library, the remainder of that library stuff in the non-critical list.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
And then our critical list.
How are we doing? Does that work?
If we do this, you gonna have anything to do? We got plenty.
Yeah. There's no lack of that.
I was looking at what you guys would do on this, and what you wouldn't do on this.
Okay,
Put
so
the T-bar out to bid, or you gonna just,
This is just, I just got the budget number from the company. They're gonna work into that remodel bathroom at the library.
yeah,
So I got the quote from them.
okay.
Yeah.
So our critical list, should we go over it real quick so we all are on the same page? So the critical list, we're gonna have the roof redone for 89,000. We're gonna fill and seal all the cracks at the courthouse annex DA for 61,360. We're gonna leave the paint in for 5,000. The next two drop off. And we're gonna keep the library roof in for 35,000. And then we're gonna move the dispatch generator over to critical for 117,841. Yep.
Commissioner Hill, what about the little roof at the Winnebago Mountain? That one is in? The last one? Didn't mention that one.
Oh, I scratched it out. See how good I am?
Yeah, that meant to stay on there.
Okay.
Yeah, I
okay.
meant to
Yes,
leave that on
just-
there, yeah.
Just to make sure.
I think that makes it 332,201.
I have a reduction of 210,813. If we take everything off the non-critical list, less the 117,841 for the detention center, dispatch, and then add 65,000 for the two items in the library. That changes that amount to 210,813 that we're reducing. Takes it to 332,201.
That's what you have.
That's my idea.
So, let's see, we've done the, I guess, the critical, non-critical lists and whatnot. Let's go back to some of the other items, in particular, the machinery and vehicles. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, they're on that extra page. Go one more or two more, maybe. There's two of them you need to talk about.
Oh, for the equipment side of it.
Yeah.
Got it. Yep.
Yeah, there's a mower attachment piece, and then there's the two vehicles as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So we asked him this time to purchase they call it grasshopper mower turbine blower attachment. So what that is, it's a piece of device we attach into our grasshopper, and instead of our guy carrying that backpack blower and walk all over the place, we had that into the equipment. So we can use that mower and then blow things around in every building, like parking lots, lawn, grass, and it's pretty. I believe that it's pretty handy device to have it in our department.
So I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Does that do it so as you're mowing along the edge, it's blowing the grass off? Or do you have to go back and put it in a blowing mode and then blow everything off?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a detach. Yeah, you can remove one and install the other one.
Gotcha.
You do,
Yes.
you do that much blowing? Is it,
That's a heck of a blower for
Right?
$8,000. But
I mean, I guess.
Nope.
I just trying to justify in my mind how much blowing that we really do in the county where it's gonna save us labor and man hours. That's what I'm looking at. Is it gonna pay for itself? Is it gonna free your guy up to mow more lawns? You know, I'm just trying to justify it, I guess.
It would free him up a bit, but I think we could get away without it. So,
That answers my question.
We're all looking at you, Jesse, you know that.
I mean, he just said it right there. I mean, I'm looking for a justification where it's gonna be an asset to the county. I mean, I understand it's nice to have nice things, but is it really gonna?
Yeah.
Is it really justifiable? You know,
I think
could we take that money and put it towards a pickup where we could get another guy out in the field? Then,
that's right. That's
know-
where it'd be better off with a
then
vehicle.
that's where I'm at. If you said, yeah, we have a heck of a job at the courthouse where it takes us 2 days to blow, the grass to a certain area, then it's going to cut us down to 1 day, then heck yeah, let's get it done. But I don't see that.
Yeah.
It's more of a want, I think.
Yeah.
Let's spend money on things you need.
Yeah, Commissioner Hill, how many actual lawn mowing days do you guys have as part of your business? Is it like 20 weeks of the year or that you are actually mowing lawns or?
Right. Yeah, it's.
Then you could figure out if it took us 2 hours to blow it.
Right.
Maybe you could come up with that. I don't think you could though.
No, I guess that's what I was trying to get out is if, there's a special area, I don't know. There's a special area that you guys are just, heck, this thing would cut our time in half and we're gonna, but I don't see that, I guess.
Okay, can we move on to the next page then?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yep.
Start with the current vehicle lease agreement. Talk to me about that one. Is that one coming up? Is that what it is?
We still current have that right now, at least a vehicle. So that is not going nowhere. So it's still on the lease program. So I think we got another 2 years, Gina.
It's not a new lease.
No, he's just keeping it in the budget for the leases we already have to pay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's what I thought it was. So the purchase of the 2 pickups.
Yes. So I think last year or the year before, we asked him for 1 vehicle when we had a new hire. And that one was pulled off from the commissioner. So we still have that new employee. And he using a used vehicle that was going to be an action through the road department. So we pulled one of those used vehicles off in the meantime, so he can kind of drive it around. But I can't really send those guys with those vehicles all the way to McDermott, Denial, those areas. So it's not really reliable. So that was a reason those vehicle was in action. And but we had no choice, so we kind of hold off one for us for the meantime. We put this vehicle back into the agenda.
Plus the one he's using hasn't got any storage for tools and stuff, toolboxes and stuff like that. So he's got stuff all over the place. You can't use the bed to carry anything.
Yeah, this Commissioner Hill, I see these guys a lot because we kind of run in the same circles, but I do see them paired up a lot, which I kind of, obviously because you don't have the vehicles. And there's one of them that they drive around that is kind of an embarrassment to the county. It almost looks like it should be on smog patrol or something, but I understand you're doing what you have to do. But, looking at this and looking at your budget, it would make more sense to me for you to buy one with a pipe rack and to have one fully set up. How would one vehicle this year, I think that would get you out of a pretty good crunch if we were to approve 1 vehicle.
Yep.
Yeah, we're still working to hire the last person in our department. It's hard to find the right person. So but that's why we got 2. But we can get away with 1 for now.
Would it make sense? I mean,
Commissioner Tipton?
Issue, but would it make sense to buy 2 vehicles and one of them without a utility box and rack? Wouldn't it make sense for this area to have both of them with utility box and racks?
If you're asking me personally, yes, I would say everything's set up, especially the way we're structured. You'll see Enoch doing his job as a boss, but you also see him with tools on too. He's working all the time as much as he can get away with, I think. So I think if everybody had everything that they needed, would be a heck of a lot better off.
Well, that's where I was coming from. I mean,
Yep.
Yeah.
He's being a boss driving around a long bed pickup, but if he has tools and a box on there and stuff, he sees a simple job that can be fixed like that when it's done.
And I believe it happens all the time. I'm pretty sure
That's correct.
he's doing it a lot. So my vote would be if we're going to approve 1 this year, that we go with the one with the rack. So it's set up that they can use it. Let's not cheap out by $10,000 and not get them a pipe rack, and just limits that vehicle to what you can and can't do.
What's it take now, 9-10 months to get one?
Well, that's my question. When did you get these quotes? They look pretty low.
Yeah.
Well, it is pretty tricky. So they told us,
it have a certain time or windows open so we can order those truck and get it like before June. But if we place an order after July, yeah, definitely it's gonna take 6 to 10 months. But right now, with the way they said, if we order this like right soon, maybe in the next month and a half, we'll still have the chance to get a truck by July 1st, before July 1st.
That wasn't my question. My question was, when did you get the quotes? The dollars amount seems low.
Right.
It was about a month ago.
Really?
Are they four-wheel drives?
Yes.
Gas?
Gas.
Gas pickups, both of them?
I'm sorry?
Gas?
Yes, gas.
3/4 ton?
Yes.
That's a pretty good buy.
I just bought one and I know what they cost. You're gonna have to give me your contact info.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I need his business card.
They don't have a seat or anything. You sit on a bucket. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's that? Oh, right, yeah.
You're not.
Harness.
So that's a good advantage, yeah. I say buy them both then, because you're getting 2 for 1.
Get me one too.
You're getting 2 for the price of 1 with this deal.
Okay, so we're on then for the current lease agreement is on there. I mean, we're in that agreement, so the 8,900 stays. And then we'll pick up the purchase of the 2022 pickup with a regular cab, utility box, and the rack. Correct? And then we'll put a place mark in for the next one, depending on how the recruitment goes for the next guy.
I guess my question is, what would you rather have, the crew cab or the regular cab?
The truck with the utility box.
But you could put a utility box on a crew cab too.
No.
No?
You're just going off of what's available.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's the other issue.
Right, yeah, that's the issue.
I just went through all that. You can get a diesel, but it doesn't have this. You can get a gas, you kind of got to go with what's out there.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Anybody else got anything on that? Okay. No. No, we're gonna leave he's got the current vehicle lease agreement, which stays. The next vehicle behind that, we're cutting.
Yeah, that confused me too. So you said, we'll see how it goes. So midway through the year, do they come back and say, hey?
No, I was just thinking, the next budget cycle,
Okay.
keep this in the back of our minds. Because they were talking about the recruitment on that position, so following that.
I think that's fair. I mean, I'll get your opinion. I think that's fair. You have one employee that doesn't have a vehicle right now. You can juggle it around and hand me down and get one vehicle this year, and then we'll look at next year.
Yeah, we still can use the old vehicle we have, the old pickup, so for the new recruitment, so.
Sounds good.
Next page then on the contract services, I think we're pretty much, I couldn't come up with anything that we haven't already, those are in play.
The contract it's always the same.
Yeah.
It's just the same thing every year, so.
I was going to say there's nothing to change there.
No.
Okay. Okay, so we've been through the machinery, we've been through the vehicles, went through the projects on this one. We're down, they're not adding any employees, so we're down to just the inflationary expansion of the programs.
Yep.
I mean, not
Correct.
what we're going to touch with that, so. Okay. Anything else I'm missing here, guys, on this one?
I don't think so. I'm going to ask you guys, do you see anything in there critical that we're really going to mess you up with? Okay, good.
Yeah, I think we did, the real critical need, as far as I was concerned, was with that generator dispatch. And I think it's important that we get that in there this year, so. Aside from that, I think Gina, you've pretty much been tracking what we've been babbling about here.
Good luck.
So
I'll make the
could
motion if
you,
I have some.
Gina, could you give us kind of a rehash of what you think we just said?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioners. I show that you cut special department projects by $210,813. You removed the blower for an additional reduction of $7,555, and then removed one vehicle in the amount of $39,650 for a total reduction in this budget by $258,018.
Question. On the pickup that we removed, you said 39,
39,650?
36, 650.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. Gotcha.
Got a little, let me change that number real quick here then. 36,650.
It'd be 25308. Oh,
Two-
Was that your understanding, Commissioners?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Gina, what was the reduction? 258,018?
Let me double check myself.
Oh,
That's what I wrote down.
Total reduction, 255,018.
okay.
Is that what your understanding is then? Okay.
Yes.
Any other discussion, comments on this budget that you'd like to bring up right now? Okay. We have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I make a motion that we tentatively approve the buildings and grounds budget with a reduction discussed here today for 255,018.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have any additional discussion, additions on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Four-wheeler yet? Did you get your four-wheeler yet?
Should be next week. They already got it.
Okay, there it
They
is.
just work and added all those.
Snow's over.
Get the snowplow on it.
Hey, Enoch, can you hang on a second? Mr. Chair, I hate to be the one giving you bad news, but Enoch has resigned his position and will be moving on to some better, bigger and better opportunities, I hope. And I just wanted to thank you, first of all, for working your butt off all the time and the great job that you do. And you too, Jeff, but I will hate to see you go. So.
Thank you, Enoch, and good luck to you.
Okay.
Good luck. Good luck.
Thanks.
Okay. 23, planning, 011.
You gonna take that, Dave?
Yeah, I will.
I did not.
I think they just
All right, Mr. Chair. Under planning, you'll see this is up 5.26%. Really nothing much change. That's primarily wages, benefits. There is a small increase here on postage. With a lot of the things that are coming up, Betty felt like she needed another $500 just to make sure that we cover that. Again, I did question her about that because she's only to date spent $470, but she felt like there's going to be a lot of things happening here soon with all the changes in employment and new businesses coming in. So anyway, that's the only big change on that one. And then again, of course, wages and benefits.
Okay, any discussion at all, guys? Anything on this budget?
Oh, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
I'll move that we approve the planning budget tentatively for 2022-23.
Okay, we have motion on the floor, discussion on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Before we start this next one, can we take a break?
You bet. That's why the motion came out.
I'll make a motion.
Run downstairs.
Rick's gonna throw big dollars at us. Always does.
Probably. It's the need of the rest of the departments.
It's,
Under services and supplies, the whole budget is down 21% under services and supplies. The actual, do you want me to go line by item for you guys, or?
Not unless they want it. We've had a chance to go through this already, so.
Okay. Okay.
Any highlights that you think you might be able to bring our attention to from your standpoint, or, and I'm going to open the door for the commissioners to actually ask you any questions that may come from this spreadsheet.
Well, just the big item is basically the 52100 is the contracts and agreements. Like I'd mentioned last year, that is continuously going to go up for support. Each vendor is going to increase their warranty support on every program that we support under the county and stuff. That will go up. We've also added a couple programs this year, one for the sheriff's department and one for the clerk's office, which is their long-term storage laserfish, correct? I believe is the name of it, is replacing the old long-term storage, which they used to call microfiche, the old piece of plastic that was black and white.
No,
So,
no, it is called Laserfish, but it replaces, it's the last piece of our AS400 replacement. It will replace the marriage license program, excuse me, and the miscellaneous filings program. And then not only the indexing and the producing of those documents, but also the imaging. So that's what our portion does.
and then sheriff's office side will be a lot of the big files that they have miles of cabinets worth. It'll be scanned into the system and stored.
Mr. Chair, can I just point out one thing, Rick, real quick? On that item, which is software, if you look over there to your left, 52083, you'll notice that there's nothing budgeted for software, and last year we spent 94,000. So that's like new software purchases. What I'd like to think is that we're getting to the place where we've really bought into a lot of the programs that we're going to use for a long term. There will always be new ones that come along, but that's significant because it went down $94,000. And then, of course, the one that Rick was talking about earlier, contracts and agreements, that's that annual maintenance fee that we pay. And those usually go up 3 to 5% on all of them per year. So you really can't stop that. The only reason that would go down is if you dropped a bunch of them, but then you'd probably pick up something else. So can't get away from that.
Correct. The other big item up there is that's gone up 44,000 is the special projects. What we have is several departments are asking for security cameras throughout their facilities. Right now we maintain 5 basically network storage devices throughout the county. Industry-wide, the consensus is sort of changing. You can start seeing the transition to where all the storage is going to start being on the cameras themselves. And then you don't have to have this special box that you spend a bunch of money on for the storage. And then when that dies, you have to buy another box and then another box. Because the cameras usually end up lasting a little bit longer. The court system right now is, my staff is pretty smart. They figured out a way to work around the system to where it's running a very old version of Google to be able to keep it so Charlie can actually keep watching the cameras. Otherwise, it'd be dead in the water. So these are things that we're facing and always will face anywhere from 3 to 5 years. And this project, the idea is it'll be one system monitoring all the cameras. We can do actually a single sign-on for like Charlie and each department just to monitor their cameras, but it'd only be one system that we access for us for support and everything else. So it's a big change in how the technology is changing across the industry and stuff. There still are NVRs, but it's actually going away to where storage is a lot more prevalent, to where you can put mass storage on cameras.
Any questions you have for Rick?
How come telephone's gone up so much?
Again, the telephone line item is basically up $7,882, mostly due to the added data lines that we have on Verizon for the computers. So you have everybody's computer they take remotely. More and more of those are getting added on to where they can work remotely through the data lines.
And you'll remember we used to have, all the departments used to have telephone line item in their budgets. They don't have that anymore unless they have a cell phone expense. So this would be just for, this is the whole county then phone system.
Because if you go back to 2020, it was only $9,000. Now
Yeah.
we're at 100.
But all that difference was in
Yeah.
everybody else's department budgets.
Yeah, and the other thing is when we went into the COVID, a lot of people, we needed to work from home in case they'd be stuck at home. So we had that Verizon charge where it was maybe, 10 people had it, then all of a sudden 30 people had it. So that created a big expense.
Yes. And also just, and I'm sure you're all aware of this, vehicle fuel maintenance is mainly, I just sort of projected almost a $5 amount for fuel. We'll be doing a lot of traveling up north for the public safety project. So I just wanted to make sure there was enough money in there to cover it.
Any questions? Okay. Okay, Rick, you have anything else to offer on the computer side, or you done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, without any questions, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we tentatively approve the computer systems budget.
Okay, a motion on the floor, discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, go to communications, 012.
So on this one, we are definitely up 64%, and there's some pretty good reasons why. The salaries are up basically off the projections from the comptroller's office. Service and supplies are up 4%, basically due to fuel prices and maintenance costs for the communications department. And the capital is up 255,000, basically 15,000 we've earmarked for 3 more mobile radios for the department, so we can finish with the new radios that are replacing the obsolete mobile radios that we have. And we're going to take those offline, put them aside, and keep them for spares, emergency spares for the sheriff's office. We also have in there $230,000 for a snowcat. To give you an idea, in June of 2016, I received a letter from LMC. Spare parts are basically no longer available for the snowcat. The last major repair, the snowcat basically went to a piston bully in Reno. And when we picked it up, the mechanic basically said, there is no warranty for this repair. It works, but we don't know how long it's going to last. And we don't have any more spare parts available for you. Which really, the hydraulic system is mainly basically what drives that whole system. And this year of 2022, we went on a couple search and rescues with the sheriff's department. When we were en route to the first rescue, the ventilation system for the defrost and everything failed on the units. We're constantly wiping the windows to make it up to the top of the summit to get the people that we rescued and all the way back. Basically, we took it in the shop, took it all apart. It took Jerry and I a couple days just to get it all fixed up and everything working. The second time we took it out, we had an electrical issue with the system. Again, after that, we finally made it back, got it back in the shop. Jerry and I tore it apart again and replaced all the wiring, going to the main battery system to get that thing up and operational again. My concern is this thing is 25 years old and it is aging to the point where basically people are saying that if it breaks, we can't fix it. Tucker, the people we got a quote for, said earlier in the year, we'll give you $20,000 for it, possibly, but when you get ready to trade it in, if you do, we'll see what it's worth at that point. Basically, they're just going to use it for parts. We also entertained looking at the helicopters again. Basically, on the one major rescue that we did, the first one for the year, there was no way the helicopters could fly into where we were. The weather was too bad. We had very low visibility. Again, it's just, I think when the times that we need it is the worst times, and helicopter flights are just waiting. And sometimes the storms don't clear for a couple of days for us to be able to get up there. If we look at that, the other big thing that I'm really concerned about is my staff. not only the people that we rescue that this snowcat might break down again, but my staff going up there on a basis to repair public safety. It might be to a point where we're going to have to send a chase vehicle, which would probably be the Polaris, to go up there and rescue them, and or if it could make it. When we went to the rescue up on Dunn Glen, excuse me, I know Commissioner Cherry asked this question earlier, why couldn't we use the Polaris? It took us 45 minutes to cut through a 12-foot snowdrift that was about 40, 50 feet long. The Polaris is unable to do that. And the only way around it was down a cliff or straight up a mountain, which neither one of them would have made that steep of a hill. So the Polaris is very handy on a lot of things, but when it comes to actually getting back in through snow drifts, the Snowcat is a must. Let's see what else is on my budget. Also in the capital purchase line item, there's about $14,000 in there to pay off the residual amount for the Suburban that's come. The lease is up, I believe, in November, maybe December. And we'd like to purchase that outright to keep that vehicle because it's still usable, and we can, just for $14,000, I think it's a plus for us to keep it. Any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So Rick, have you looked at refurbished or used snowcats?
I have. There's a couple times we looked at them, but when these things do come available, everybody wants them. Currently, like right now for the Tucker website, they have 2 snowcats that they used as demos. I don't know what the price range is on them, but the one model is way overkill for what we need, and the other model is way under for what our needs are. It was sort of like what happened to us when we were doing the new vehicle. We got the quote, yeah, we can get this. A week later, we can no longer get it. That is one of the things that is pretty hard in this economy right now. If you don't have the money to jump right then you're probably going to lose it to somebody else. The only other thing I worry about refurbished ones, we're picking up somebody else's headache. Tucker is American made. Piston Bully is Germany made. And right now, those are the 2 prominent snowcats that are available out there. The specs that I looked in the Piston Bully, they don't quite meet what we need to do. The Tucker has a unit that does fit right in the range for what we have been doing and what our needs are. I can certainly entertain it. The hard part is having the money to jump at the time that specific unit came available.
Well, you know, I got online and looked when I saw this in here. I did find sites that have a number of them, you know, companies that just get them, rebuild them, refurbish them, whatever, and have not a long warranty, but they give you some warranty on them too.
Right.
For considerably less than a new one. And I mean, they seemed available online. You may call and they may be a different story. I don't know.
Yeah.
But, the amount of time that we need one of these snowcats, I know when you need them, but it's a very short period in winter that you need.
Correct. Lately it has been, yes.
Yeah. Our winters are not as long as they used to be.
I know several years ago that we probably used it well over 25 times to go up to fix and repair sites. But yes, you're right. The snowstorms have been getting less and less and the snowpack is less, but I don't know what the future is going to hold as far as that goes. I'm hoping we're going to get more in the future, but.
Where do you use them mainly? Do you have to use one to get to Winnemucca Mountains?
Yes.
Yeah.
Typically, the unfortunate part about Winnemucca Mountain is because where the road is designed on the backside of the mountain, we can have maybe an inch of snow down here, but it'll drift 4 feet up there because the wind blows and it blows it right across the main part of the road. So basically you have a cliff on one side and then you have the rocky side on the other, and you can't get through there without a snowcat and a blade to bust through. Now I know the Winnemucca Mountain it's hard to describe it, but there's a lower building down off the ridge part, and then it comes down, turns around and comes back. From that location to get to the Winnemucca Mountain, it took, I think, Honeywell 3 days to open that with the front end loader. Snowcat, we just basically push over the ridges and go right on up. And I've had to actually open the mountain probably in my 28 years here, probably a little over 5 or 6 times to open the road for NV Energy to get equipment up there in an emergency situation to repair the power lines and power poles.
Is that snowcat that we have now, was it new originally for us?
I do not know. Yeah, it was back in 97, so I don't quite remember. That was probably about 3 years in, and I know Paul did all that.
Where I'm going with this is, my question is the use of the snowcat what's wearing it out, or is it sitting idle that's wearing it out and causing problems? And if it's sitting idle so much of the time, won't a new one do the same thing?
I have no doubt that it'll sit idle, yes. One of the things that I did do this year was cover it and help cover it. That helps protect it. Over the years, we replaced the metal tracks because the backside of the mountain is paved. And to get that heavy of a vehicle, we usually stage either right there before the shooting range or actually down at that turnoff where that right past you cross the cattle guard and turn left, depending on the road. To haul that piece of heavy equipment up with there's snow on the road, it's just better to be safe. And then the asphalt just wore down that those steel cleats on there. So we did replace those, I believe,
6 years ago.
yeah, 5, 6 years ago, something like that.
Sounds like you use it quite a bit for search and rescue too. I was wondering if there's any grants.
I've reached out to Rochelle on that, and that was one of the things we were going to look at to see if there was something available at that time.
You haven't heard?
Logan's not here, but he was going to step up and say a couple things. But yes, over the years, I would say it's probably less than 12, but probably more than 8 times that I went out on search and rescue. The biggest ones were behind Hinky Summit, which took many hours to do that with.
We can't get an agreement like with Southwest Gas or something to use the snowcat, kind of an agreement with them.
We've looked into it. I asked AT&T. I didn't ask Southwest Gas, but I did ask one of their employees. I didn't ask their supervision. But usually when they need it, we need it. And when we need it, they need it. So it is pretty hard for that to do something like that. Who has priority at the point if we're out, if we're down? Do I argue with them? Hey, I got priority because public safety's down. It's their snowcat.
So you mentioned the one instance where you used the Polaris. I think it was Glenn you were talking about. I'm just curious. You know, that we're talking about enough money here, Rick, that I'm just kind of wondering whether or not, you know, whether we you know, base our decision on the frequency of use and whatnot. And I'm just wondering of the access times that you needed access to communication sites. The tracked Polaris, I would say most of the time make it to those spots, correct?
I would say no. I would say it's a good 80-90% that we have to use the snowcat to bust the drifts through to get in. Once it's in, like for instance, Saipan, when the site went down 3 times, I think it was like 2 years ago. Once we went in with the snowcat and broke it down and got the road to where, you know, you wouldn't have the real high peaks, then we could cruise right in there the next day with the Polaris without any issues. It's just usually that initial breaking down of those snow drifts is where the snowcat is where you need it. The Polaris won't do that.
I have a question. It's Commissioner Hill. So when you had Honeywell open that, what's that cost? I mean,
We did not have Honeywell open that, no. I believe the state had it open a couple times, and I want to say it was NV Energy, but I don't know for a fact if it was them.
I'm just running numbers, and I mean,
Yeah.
for the last 28 years, it's $7,000 a year cost to the county to own that piece of equipment.
25 years. Yeah.
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 So let's call
And in reality, one way I look at it is a very large expense, but it's also an insurance policy to where we should be able to make it up there within hours to these sites, depending on how far the site is away from, from town. But for the amount of money in an outage, if we lost Winnemucca Mountain to be able to get up there and to get something going, it's a really tough call. How do you figure those numbers out?
We put a lot of money in it too, Jesse, though.
Right.
It's
Oh,
not
yeah,
just that
for sure.
original cost of it. The maintenance on those is expensive.
Seems like about every other year we've had to do something.
Total cost of ownership is probably
And-
double that, I'm sure. But, and I know, was it asked about there's no lease programs out there where we could say, yeah, well, they're not going to lease it to us during the worst parts because it's worthless to them.
I looked into a lease and it was, you really have to start leasing it in probably right around October until the end of the year. It's not just like, okay, we're going to lease it for a month. You got to lease it for a very large time frame.
Right.
And the amount was exorbitant. I apologize, I don't have those numbers, but this price tag from 2019 to 2022 now, it's averaging $10,000 to $12,000 a year of going up in price.
Okay, what's your pleasure, guys? That's a big expense.
I know that my neighbor is with Southwest Gas, and they did offer, and I'd go talk to them and see what they would offer, to do it. I realize, I'm not discounting what you've told us, and, they're down, we're down, blah, 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 but I can't justify the expense for, the cost of one of these for no more than we're using it. And it was years ago, when they had to keep it open. I could sit here for probably 2 days straight and tell you stories about it. But I had to, in the 10 years I was up there, I had to open it up one day. And it took us pretty much all day to put a single lane through there. Which I'm sure that same year that they had all sorts of fits up above. But I don't know, I've laid awake at night and racked my brain on this one. And there's got to be something out there somewhere that we could find, possibly, but it's just getting and finding it. But
I guess one big question is, I guess there'd be two. One, does it have a snow plow on it with an articulating blade to be able to cut through the drifts? Because Southwest Gas normally are valley access. The other, how large is it able to handle up to 5 people and gear? That's, another thing that we have to be looking at. Borrowing one is great idea, but again, our needs are going to probably be a little bit different than Southwest Gas's needs.
yes, I understand that, but let me go talk to them. I mean, it was offered, and it was specifically offered. If we ever need the snow cap, because it sets a lot for them too, I'm sure. So
I imagine it does. The only other concern I have is, would they provide a driver to take us up the mountain and/or, because it's their equipment, and I don't know how insurance would work with that. And then would they be available for search and rescue at the drop of a hat?
My concern with that is just like snow plowing. It's, if we need it, they probably need it at the same time. So we're going to fight that. We're going to be great if it all worked out. But usually when something like that doesn't get used very often, once it becomes high demand, everybody needs it that day. Or that.
And there's been several times where we've been up on the mountain trying to get NV Energy up there, and their snowcat's busy somewhere else, and we actually go down the hill and pick them up and take them up there to get power restored to the facility because we need it desperately. So
When you're keeping the logbooks on that, what percentage of the use in the last 5 years has been related to something other than the communications department? between search and rescue and NV Energy and, you know, those types of uses. Seems to me like we're financing through the communications department a piece of equipment that should be captured, or at least a portion of it captured somewhere else as well.
To be honest with you, I've never kept a log. A lot of times that when we have picked up MV Energy, we do not know what the outage is. And one of the things that I've been working with MV Energy on is with the new system we have up there, they can't tell with their equipment the way it is, how it monitors whether or not it's their fault or if it's our fault. So basically we have to go to the mountaintop to make sure it's not our fault. And once we do get up there, then we find, okay, yeah, it's NV Energy, they got to climb a pole.
Okay, I'll give you that one. So what is, from a search and rescue standpoint? I mean, what percentage of it is we're using for search and rescue right now?
I'd say it's very low. And I'm gonna knock on wood, this year, the 2 times that we did take it out after the first year, they were search and rescue. We were very lucky we didn't have any communications outages. And the outages that we did have, the road was open enough to I could blaze through in a 4-wheel drive pickup, so.
I'm looking online. I mean, I found one with a light on it, $30,000. A tenth of the cost. And they had 4 or 5 machines. Maybe, see, here's one here. I mean, they, maybe the best thing is to approve it. And then, but the task is to look at some of these new machines and see if you could get it for, you know, half the cost would be nice. You should be able to get a heck of a good machine.
I have a question too, and I thought that's where you were going, Commissioner French. Is there an opportunity to split this across, you know, if we're going to use it for search and rescue, if we're going to use it for sheriff's department, is there an opportunity to share this asset?
Okay. I guess I'm trying to understand, to put half the cost into something else,
no, just,
Work program.
yeah, share this cost across a couple of budget, you know, where we're not having to.
Yeah, if you're getting a call.
I mean, I understand it all comes from the same.
Rescue, I mean, it ought to be, sheriff's department should be shouldering some of that as well. I mean, I can remember when Endow's got 2 of them, and we get calls from sheriff's department, or we get calls from Bureau of Land Management, whatnot, and bottom line was, toward the end of my tenure with them and whatnot, we had an operating agreement with them that involved them covering some of the cost of purchase and repair, because they use it all the time. I mean, just saying, I mean, that big piece of equipment and whatnot, I mean, for you to shoulder the expense and this work program shoulder the expense of it is tough to swallow.
It is. I mean, if there's other places with money to pull from, I don't have an issue with that. One of the things is that I do send my staff 2 at a time each year for snowcat training. It's just something you just don't jump in and go up on those mountains without understanding what's going on, understanding your equipment and how to read the snow and everything else. Could the sheriff's office pay a portion of it? They utilize it for search and rescue. Yeah.
Well, except for that doesn't really make a lot of difference because it's general fund, so one pocket, the other pocket, so.
Well, that's what I was getting at,
But maybe in some other entity potentially, sure. Search and rescue would be something.
We're talking Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management. I mean, all of them utilize this kind of equipment.
Right.
Need it periodically and whatnot.
I don't know. So if I'm understanding you correctly, we could lease it out if some other entity needed to use it.
I don't know. I do think though that if he can come up with a $50,000 machine with a warranty on it, sitting right here with his phone,
Correct. Again,
I'm interested in that versus this.
And I have looked at certain ones. One, we have to look at support. One, does it meet our requirements for basically of When I got the bid, I said, okay, this is what we need here. This is how much horsepower we need, because I know the terrain to be able to climb some of these steep hills. This is the payload that we need. This is the fuel time that we need to run on these things. So a lot of these factors work in. There are cheaper ones out there that are used, yes, and they'll probably give you a year warranty. But then if after that, what kind of costs are we going to be facing? As much as lives depend on this, that's where I sort of cringe on trying to buy another used product. It's interesting. So it's almost like, okay, let's buy a used SO vehicle and use it for emergency services. I just don't know. But whatever the board chooses, I'd be more than happy to do it.
Rick, we're not buying an emergency services vehicle here. We're buying a piece of equipment for you to be able to access radio sites.
This is for.
Which keeps emergency equipment going, yes.
Now we've transitioned on to search and rescue with that.
Right.
And I'm quite frankly, I mean, if lives are at stake, I mean, the sheriff ought to be standing here asking for a snowcat.
And then I asked the captain if he would be here. It was my mistake. I didn't text him in time before I come up here because he said he'd be more than happy to come up and talk about it and how useful it was for this year and stuff like that. But yeah, this is, all I could say is it is very dangerous to go up there and do what we do and to rely on a piece of used equipment. I'm very hesitant, and there could be a lot of potential for major hazards that way. But again, it is your choice. I mean, I'll go whatever you guys direct me to do.
New rigs break down just as well.
They do.
Let's think about this. So I think we need to do something. I don't know that brand new is the answer. I think we all have valid concerns, but I really think we need to do something. If this piece of equipment is not supported anymore and there's not parts, there's going to come that day where something goes down and he's going to come to us or come to Dave and say, look, my cat's down. I got to get up there. What are we going to do? So then where are we at? Then we're scrambling, trying to find something. So.
And it's just not
rather
just
be
Winnemucca Mountain. It's all the sites that we have to get to.
Yeah, get to hiking, buddy. Get your backpack on.
And we even tried snowmobiles one year. I remember Paul buying a snowmobile. It just hauling the personnel and the equipment you needed. It just
and
it just didn't
I
work.
know what you're dealing with back there, but I agree. I think we could find a really good used one. Would be really, with some research. But maybe that's the answer. We approve it and.
There was one last year that we looked at, but it was a used one from Tucker. Wasn't that old. It was a good price. But having the money available to pounce on it, I mean, that's, time goes by.
Well,
it disappears.
That's where it would be good to approve something.
I think it was like 172. I think it was right around there. Not a bad price in my mind, but no, nothing in this. None of this stuff is cheap.
No.
Yeah.
But that would give you the ability to look all summer. I mean, that's when this stuff comes. That's when you see it, is in the middle of the summer when you don't have your checkbook. That's when all the good deals are there, But if you had the funds available and you could look.
And this price also does include a heavy enough trailer to haul it. So.
Up until, what was it, 3 years ago, we bought you the Polaris. I mean, that's all you had was a snowcat. So it put on a lot more miles than I would assume you're going to do it today. I'm hoping that the money we spent on the Polaris was well spent.
We use it even in the summer. We take the tracks off, put the tires on it, and we take it out and use it to, especially up the big hills, we use it to haul equipment up and down the sites. It's going to get used pretty extensively this summer up at High Peak, hauling a lot of the trash off the mountaintop. We have antennas, pipe just sticking up in the air that the BLM is asking us to cut it down, get rid of it. So it's probably be about a week-long project to clean up that site.
Well, what's your pleasure, gentlemen?
I know we need to replace it. I'm not arguing that, but what we replace it with, I guess, is where we are today. So do we just approve it? And, direct Rick to look at for something cheaper, used or whatever? Or do you want to cut it? You want to reduce that amount? Now, we don't know what it's going to cost. But gotta.
Well, it's kind of hard to approve anything without without a number on it, so.
Right, yeah, we gotta have a number on.
Dave,
I think the good news is we got a little time. We're at the end of a snow season. I mean, maybe we'll get one more big one, we hope. But, so we got a little time here. So if you approved it as is with the 230 and then direct him to look for something more like, 125 and see if we can do that. We got like several months before we'd have to actually, make the decision and get it in time for the next winter. So that's what I'm thinking is, and then if he can't find anything, bring him back before the board
I think that's fair.
before he makes any decision.
I think we all agree that the thing needs to be replaced. I think we're all choking on the $230,000. So, let's, maybe I'm in favor of approving the purchase, have him come back with a, with the research that you do on it. And we'll see where it goes from there, and we'll make the final decision on it. In fact, we might be able to do it before we do our final on May, when we finalize this budget.
I think that in the meantime, we should reach out to Southwest Gas and just visit with management there.
Yeah.
To see what they are, because I'm not so sure I agree with Commissioner Hill that when we need it, they need it. Southwest Gas wouldn't necessarily need it on a gas line.
That's true.
They may,
Yeah,
they could.
that's true.
But a lot of times, maybe they wouldn't need to go and they'd be there.
Yeah, it just,
I know they have one. I have no idea what kind it is or what it is, but I know they've had one that they use out on the desert in the wintertime.
this may be a little more of a unique situation, but it just seems like with that type of equipment, when there's a high demand for it, seems like everybody's needing it, whether it's us or they're loaning it out to somebody else, or, it's just.
It's worth knowing.
It is worth knowing, yes. Yep,
Information,
yep.
really knowing whether it might work or no, it's just not.
I think that's a good idea. I think it'd be a great idea to have you come back with, we already have the new quotes, and maybe look at a couple of used ones that would maybe fit your bill. Come back with that stuff and then give us the cons. Like, look, I can find one for 50,000, but this is the issue, because I'm by no means against buying a brand new one. I mean, it is expensive, but I also understand the long-term cost of ownership of a piece of equipment. That $50,000 might look good writing the check, but it may cost us twice what a new one costs us over 10 years or 25 years. So
The hard part is the
I
availability.
completely understand that, but it would be nice to see some honest comparable. It's easy for one of us to look up on our phone, but it might not have the specs that you need,
Right.
Find us a couple that are spec'd out to what you would need,
Okay.
and come back before us and tell us, look, I can find this $100,000 one, but there's no warranty. There's, the tracks are half wore out, those are the things we really need to look at.
Okay.
And I think we could make a more informed decision.
Yeah, the only concern I have with that is that if he has to come back to you to get the approved, that one could be gone.
What I'm saying is
that what you were
we'll approve it. I think that's what the consensus is, that we'll approve it, but we're directing them in such a way to find a better deal, but maybe the better deal's not out there.
And again, like Dave just alluded to that, yeah, we run across this better deal and then it's there one day and then it's gone the next day. And it's just, okay, grab my credit card. Can I put $1,000 down, put it on hold or something? I just don't know what they would take to do that. And that's,
These kind of motions are just really confusing to me, because it's either we buy the thing or we don't.
Mr. Chair.
We got to make.
Basically where we're at, yeah.
I just want to add to this too, because this is over $100,000. When the time comes, 2 quotes would have to be received. so he wouldn't be able to just jump on it and buy it.
It's
Just to remind you. Wendy's not here today, but
ahead.
I'm sure her.
Go ahead, Gina, slap me.
It's almost like we're making a decision to put off the inevitable, we either buy it or we don't, or we tell them to buy used, and then we set a budget limit on it.
So basically what we have in front of us though isn't, we don't have two quotes here. So,
I thought they were.
but do we?
On any purchases like this, the actual contracts come back before you. The decision isn't made at just the budget. So these items come back before this board for you to look at the requests or the bids or whatever it may be. And at that point in time, you guys give authorization or for the department to make the purchase or not. So
that's in the we finalize.
That's a very good point. My experience through this first year of this job is we always ask, well, was it in your budget? Well, yeah, it was in my budget, but we still have the opportunity at that time to say, well, it was in your budget, but we've spent money elsewhere, so it's not in your budget anymore. So that's one thing I did learn. Just because it's in your budget doesn't mean you get it. So
True.
And this is for the tentative budget.
Yes.
Yeah. And I would still have to go out and get the secondary quote, which the one manufacturer says we don't have anything like that in our product line right now. So it gets sometimes pretty tough on a situation like that.
But if you have that, keep that documentation in your file. Show what research you did.
Okay.
Or find one under 100,000 that you can live with.
Okay,
Rules are the rules.
Well,
so my assumption is you guys want to approve this tentatively right now. And then we'll go from there.
we'll see. I'm going to make a motion. Maybe.
I think we can.
I do too.
All right. Don, do you know where there's any snowcats for sale? Have you seen, well, I know that sounds funny, but, okay.
We borrow one of your loaders? All right, I'm going to make a motion, this is Commissioner Hill, I'm going to make a motion that we tentatively approve the communications budget.
Okay. Motion on the floor. Do we have discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. My understanding is that we're going to take a look at this item in May when we finalize this budget.
And like you said, if you can have a couple of different options,
Yeah.
I think it would help the.
Do what we can and bring it in front of the board and hopefully it's still there.
Hey, Humboldt TV, 501.
TV district is basically down 2%, $6,640. Salaries is up based on the projection from the comptroller's office. Service and supplies is down to 13%. We removed or reduced the actual service and supplies 52010. It's just basically holding steady like it is for right now.
Okay. Not much to go over on that. Anybody have any questions or concerns on this budget?
I'll make a motion that
Yep.
we tentatively approve the Humboldt County TV district budget as presented.
Okay, motion on the floor. Discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Twin River TV District 709.
It's no change from last year. There's not up or down. It has no salaries in it. Basically, the only items we have in there are service supplies and I think rent and maybe some utilities in there, but it has neither increased or decreased.
Make a motion? Yep. We can move along here?
Yep.
We're doing good.
Get him out of here.
I'll make a motion to tentatively approve the Quinn River District TV budget as presented.
Motion on the floor. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we'll go to Denial TV District 710.
Not sure what quite to do here. Right now, basically, we're not collecting taxes. If I'm correct in that, Gina?
Those are assessments, not taxes.
Assessments.
That's correct. You'll remember you guys decided a few years back that this area is not able to be served by the TV district any longer. So we stopped putting this assessment on the tax roll. We do need to go through the process of dissolving the district, and that would take, we have to notice everybody, and we can't decide if we need to notice everybody in the denial district or also the Humboldt TV district if we were combining them. We would have to notice both. Am I right? Refresh my memory?
Yeah, we'll have to look into that.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you're consolidating, then generally the law does indicate both entities. But we'd have to look into that to make sure.
But if we, so Rick Rantham for the record, if we consolidate, if we look at that, doesn't that mean we'd have to provide signals to Pueblo or denial?
Yeah, we might be still in the same boat.
Well, wouldn't it be the same if there's certain areas of the county that it just doesn't reach, and so we wouldn't put that on, right?
Yeah, I think it only changes if we start assessing for services again.
Okay.
Is there a reserve in that account?
Yes, I was pulling that up right now as of
Rick, is this something that?
36,533.
At one time, and then when all the digital stuff changed.
Yes.
We were able to.
Yes.
So basically, before I took over the TV district, the old analog licenses were dropped. And currently, right now, reaching through our engineer through the FCC to find out, we cannot get any license to be able to broadcast the channels. We have the ability now to get the signals there to broadcast, but we don't have the ability to actually broadcast an RF signal off at Denial Summit. There's just, the FCC has no appetite of giving out any more channels.
Gotcha.
If that changes, then our engineer said he would notify us, but right now it's still a no-go.
It's a dead zone, basically.
Well, it's not so much a dead zone, it's just we can't get the license. The FCC will not assign the license for us to broadcast.
And that's based on, I wonder what, you know, kind of a scary concept if you think about it. I mean, the guy making that decision probably doesn't know where denial is.
Right.
You know, so if, you know, based on, and I don't feel like putting out issuing a license. I'm curious. I'm just, you know.
From the answer I got is they're not offering any more licenses for people, for entities. And I said, well, how does that work if somebody moves into Reno and wants to broadcast a new broadcast channel? And I says, well, don't know.
Okay.
But we are under different rules from the major broadcasters versus us being in a TV district. So there's actually 3 tiers, and maybe the major ones that can access those frequencies, but I know we can't as a TV district.
So basically, when we retired the TV the signal from the analog side of it, they basically told us that that the TV signal is no longer available.
The way I understood it was, if we would have converted those analogs to digital, yes, we could have got them. But getting the signal to Denial Summit was an issue at that time. Because of the technology, the way it was back then, it was a hit and miss to get the signal to Denial Summit. Now that we have microwave all the way to Denial Summit for public safety, we could write those signals on there, which is a different format.
But the fact that we let the expire, they're not going to reauthorize.
Correct.
Okay, so we really don't have anything we don't have any action to take here, do we?
We did put $2,000 in the budget. That this would be used if we do need to notice anybody for the dissolving of the district. This could pay the postage to mail that out.
Got it. Okay. So.
I'll make a motion then.
Okay.
I will make a motion to tentatively approve the Denial TV district budget as presented.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
That's lunch break.
Well, we made it to lunch.
Lunch break. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rick.
That was pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad. Okay, we're item 26, District Attorney 040. Somebody want to call the District Attorney up?
Mr. Chair, fellow members, Madam Clerk, we kept the line items the same. The big change was the salaries, just the increase COLA. And I had to even call Ms. Gina about how with the COLA increase, we still have the decrease. And at the time when I made the call, I had forgotten that this budget for this year is down the administrative clerk position that was approved last year but never filled, that was being transferred to the human services. So they kind of netted against each other, and you ended up with a 0.09% decrease, and it was removal of the admin clerk, which was offset with just the increase in costs of the salaries and benefits this year. But everything else we've kept the same.
Okay. Any questions for Mike? Okay, motion?
Motion to approve the district attorney's budget 100-040 as presented tentatively.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any additional discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Right.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Child support 041.
I believe everything was kept the same, and the increase is only to salary and benefits. So it's 5% increase.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on that item?
I'll make a motion to tentatively approve the child support enforcement budget as presented.
Motion on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Check restitution 210.
And we've kept this at the same 2,000. I think there was some activity that's shown there.
There is, but we had to move it. That should have come
Work.
out of restitution. So that's been moved.
We worked that out, but yeah, we're just keeping that. We do occasionally receive inquiries or complaints from folks regarding bad checks, and so we've maintained this 2,000 for quite a few years.
Okay, so we need to leave that one open.
We would recommend you keep that at the 2,000.
Okay. We have a motion.
Motion to approve the check restitution tentatively on budget tentatively.
Motion on the floor. Any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Building inspector 040.
Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola for the record. So this is down 5.4% on this one here. That includes, of course, the wage and salary piece. So just found a few little savings areas on this. This one, of course, does include a building official in it. In the actual, salaries and benefits. So there's a spot for that. And we're still kind of up in the air. We've got a meeting with the city on, I think it's the 20th, April 20th. And we're going to talk about the makeup because, we do share the resources. We're going to talk about what they're doing and where we're at with Karen leaving. And I do have a really great candidate that we interviewed last time around, and he was runner-up. And then we went with this gal out of Vegas, and he's now available. He got another job, but now he's available. even more really great experience. So, so it may be that we do that. But we want to talk to them first and find out what makes sense so we can all try to save money and come up with a good idea rather than just automatically hiring a building official and another Karen Johnson. So I'll tell you what comes out of that. We'll definitely come before you and we'll decide what we do, but I would recommend approving this as is.
Sure.
Yep.
So Dave, under capital outlay, you do have yes after capital requests, capital expenditures. What are those? Vehicles?
That's right. There is one thing in there.
That a lease?
Well, that vehicle is the lease. Yeah, they've got one vehicle that they lease over there.
Okay.
That's what that is. Excuse me.
That's got to stay there either way, so. Okay, so for tentatively right now, I think this makes sense to leave this alone. Have a,
To tentatively approve the building inspector budget.
a motion on the floor. Any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. 28, Public Defender, 048.
I don't know if Matt is on or not. Matt Sturmitz,
I see him on.
if you're on, if you want to jump in here. I can probably carry it if not, but. Okay, well, why don't I give it a go, and then if he jumps in here, that'd be great. So this public defenders, oh, here's maybe coming up. There he is. You're up, Mr. Sturmitz. We flew through it. Building and safety took us 23 seconds.
Good. Matt?
We're denying budgets all the way around. We're doing good.
Well, Matt, you've got the floor.
All right.
Your
Matt-
budget's up.
Matt Sturmitz, for the record, Humboldt County Public Defender. If you've seen the budget, we are asking for an increase. The good news is apparently the state is supposed to pick that up. Part of the legislation that allowed the counties to maintain independent control of their public defenders it was conditioned on us meeting certain performance standards, and DIDS is in charge of that. And the state has agreed to pay whatever increases there are in the budget related to meeting those standards. That was part of the whole legislative package. And where we're at, it